What is up, Super Fam and Bro Vengers alike? I am Sensei Finito, aka Vane Sensei, and welcome to Marvel Bros, where we discuss all things Marvel and everything pop culture. And today we are continuing season 3 of From Watcher to Reader, and this is episode 1, where we are going to be covering chapters 1 through 12 of The Wheel of Time, The Dragon Reborn. I think I got through that pretty smoothly, if I do say so myself. I hope everybody is excited and ready to get into it here. I think we should be back in the vertical scenery around here, but we should also be streaming on YouTube Shorts. I don't know if how this works, but I'm trying it out specifically for the sake of. I know a lot of you guys that come here for book club are of the, you know, elderly generation and are like, what's up with this young whippersnapper on my screen in this vertical sense? So I wanted to make sure that, everybody could get a little bit of what they looking for, no matter how, how elderly you may or may not be. So we out here getting it pit pop plopping, and ain't nothing stopping. And again, we should be live. I think we're live double time on YouTube right now. So again, we're live on the shorts tab, and then we're also live for the regular vertical content. So no matter where you guys are, no matter how you're tuning in, also over there on Twitch, no matter where you at, make sure you guys drop a like and a share on the stream so we can get all the way into it, because it ain't nothing to it but to do it. You know what I mean? I just appreciate all of y'all for show, and I hope everybody is ready to get into it this week with this amazing portion of reading that we had. I enjoyed it so much, you guys. Like, I really did. Drop a 1 in the chat if you enjoyed this reading, because man, I thought they did a really good job. Like, I had no idea how much I was going to enjoy it. And of course, we'll get into that portion of our overall chat talk, not chat talk, but our overall thoughts and opinions and whatnot here shortly. But you guys know how we do things around here. Let me see. Actually, let me pull up how we do things around here, because I want to make sure I got it all planned out here. Let's see. Bam. Okay. And then let's get this in a new thing over here. Man, of course, we're going to start things off with chat talk. That's when we're just going to talk to you guys, talk to chat, see how everyone's doing. And then we'll get into our overall thoughts of this week's reading as well. And then we'll finish it all up with, of course, the chapter by chapter review and discussion. So I'm excited to get into it, man, because ain't nothing to it but to do it. You know what I'm saying? So that's what we're about to do today. Of course, drop a like on the stream if you haven't already. You can also let me know how you guys are feeling about it. You can follow me on social media at Marvel Bros. You can follow me specifically at Sensei Finito to stay up to date with all my thoughts, theories, and opinions on whatever particular thing I may be partaking in at that particular time. And you can also follow us on social media at Marvel Bros to stay up to date with all things Marvel and everything pop culture. We're always posting the latest news and reviews and everything else like that in between. So make sure you guys tune in to all of our sites and stuff, and make sure you show some love. I believe we also have I think we're making what's it called? That not a Slizzard, serialized. We got a TV time. Like, we're going to get into all those reviewing apps. I think I have a Goodreads as well. I haven't done my Goodreads for book 2 of Wheel of Time or book 1 of Mistborn, but I need to get my Goodreads reviews out on that. I haven't been sure if I should make a Marvel Bros one, or if I should have one, or if I should have one and Marvel Bros should have one. So all the books that we specifically do here on Marvel Bros, we can put into for people to be able to see what we thought about it, and then also have a completely separate one that's just mine for all the stuff that I read on my own. So we're looking into it. We're trying to see what's popping. But yeah, man, last week I was not here for our book club because last week was my son's birthday. There was also some family emergency stuff going on There was just a lot of things going on. Last week was it was an absolutely crazy week last week. So, you know, we had to go ahead and take it off, and then I had no time as well to even do the reading. So it was just, yeah, it was hectic. But this week's reading, or this portion of the reading was insane. You guys can definitely look out for the new and updated I can't think of what the name what it's called, but the new updated the new updated schedule for how these episodes will release since we missed a week there. And yeah, so that'll be updated. It'll be released on all of our channels and whatnot, put in the Discord so everybody can be up to date and know what's going on with book club. If you guys are in the Discord as well, I'm trying, the Discord's been a lot more active with news and stuff from Mike Beasy, from Measy. And we're gonna just kind of keep talking and moving that needle right along as it goes. So yeah. Okay, so that's all of the intro stuff, I guess you can say. So let's get into chat talk. You guys, I want to know how you guys are doing. I want to know how your weeks are. Let me know how you guys enjoyed this reading. Rate this reading 1 through 10. Rate this section of the reading. Maybe we can save that for the end. But I just kind of want to know what the overall consensus is. Yo, what's up with it? Let's see. Who jumped into chat first at the tip at top. I can't see. Why can I see? Let's open this up over here. Here we go. Yeah, Mari Sue with the emoji. She pulled up. Yo, what's up with Mari Sue? What's up, KP? How y'all doing? Let me know what was your favorite chapter out of this section. Mari Sue said chapter 4, 8, 10, and 12 are all bangers. Yeah, that's facts. Those are facts right there. They are all bangers. They went really crazy with it. I love it. You know what I mean? They went crazy. Yeah, 8 was a good one for real. Yeah, 8 for sentimental reasons. I feel that. I wonder how Sensei feels about how little Rand's perspective was experienced so far in book 3. I actually like it a lot. You guys know I love perspective. I love when they do the perspective storytelling, and the perspective storytelling was all the way through this one for sure. They did a really good job of covering all of those different mainly focusing on Parent. They did a really good job of covering Parent, right? Like they did the damn thing with that, and I really I appreciated it. I love what they did there. You guys know that Parent is one of my favorite characters though in so far, like not only from the show but even in the books. And this section, this book started me off like in a perfect place with that. So again, we'll get deeper into that with the whole the overall thoughts that we'll be getting into shortly. Happy book club, everyone. Big facts. Happy book club to everybody. Yeah, especially in a book titled The Dragon Reborn. That's a good point. That's a good point. Rand who? How's it going, crew? Yo, what's up with it, Thatch? How you doing, G? Marcelo said it's freezing. Damn. We only got sleet here in Northeast Florida. Dang, that's crazy. I was shoveling and moving furniture today, mostly outside this morning when it was about 7 degrees. Oh, that's brutal. I fell on the ice, so my back hurts a ton. Otherwise, I'm doing well. Damn, Thatch. I be feeling like, didn't you do something else and mess yourself up, my guy? Like, damn, bro. Got to get you some some proper equipment, my boy. I got back pain, but I can only explain it from the recent DLC I got from turning 41. That's hella funny. I'm only 26, so I wasn't expecting an update. Yeah, that's how you got the early update, bro. Yeah, these week's chapters are freaking insanely fire. Like I love them. They did such a good job with this week's chapter. Like, bruh, yes, this portion was heat. It was straight up fire. Don't, boom, boom, boom. Get that clock app up there so I can get my. There we go. There we go. I'm catching up on Two Rivers to Back situation. I'll be back in a second. Yeah, you know what I mean. We're about to take a little, before we get started with our overall thoughts, we'll be taking a brief, a brief intermission for something similar. That's good in a good shape as you possibly can between now. Oh, get in a good, as possibly good shape as you can from now and 35. You will be miserable if you don't. Hey, I hear you. Yeah, we about to get a cracking. Speaking from experience, yeah, Marisu found out, what is that, 20 years ago at 36. Working on it currently, Marisu. The setbacks from my foot injury are catching up, though. Got to get back to the gym soon. Okay, yeah, so you did hurt your foot, bruh. See, I knew there was something going on. I was like, bruh, what's going on? This week's section was a smorgasbord of juicy chapters. That is a really good way to put it. This week's section definitely was just like thing left, thing right, and it was insane. Yo, what's up with the Demon Kid? I see you there over on shorts. Hatsune, I see you over there on the shorts as well. How you guys doing over there on shorts? And how's everybody else doing that's tuning in with us on just regular YouTube? I hope everybody is ready to talk about what we're going to be talking about today, and that is the Wheel of Time, the Dragon Reborn. We're about to get into my overall thoughts here in a second, but right now we're just talking with chat, getting a little chat talk in, seeing how everyone is doing, and we're getting it locked in. You were busy playing Marvel Rivals last week, weren't you? Be honest. Yo, that game is awesome, and I have been playing. I have been playing a lot of Marvel Rivals. I ain't gonna lie, but that's not why I was absent last week. You feel me? That is not why I was MIA. I was MIA for a completely different reason. Other than that, yeah, feel me? But that is a good. That's not a bad. That's not a bad guess. Is what I'll tell you. That is not a bad guess at all, yo. Because that's funny. Yo, it just makes chat harder, so I'm happy to be an old man. It makes chat harder. Interesting. That's definitely an old man thing to say, my boy, but I got you. So TikTok was banned for a hot minute. It definitely was. TikTok did get banned for about 12 hours before it was reinstated, but not really reinstated. The ban for TikTok just got pushed back by like 75 days, if I'm not mistaken, where it will be reevaluated. They'll look at it again, possibly think about selling it for real. But it's probably not going to get sold. But when I was watching Yahoo Finance earlier today, they were talking about how Elon Musk, someone else that I can't remember their name, Mr. Beast, and a couple of other people. They were just talking about a couple of people that are up for, are up to possibly purchase that website, purchase that, yeah, purchase ByteDance or at least TikTok. But who knows? Who knows what'll happen? It could be a whole bunch. A whole bunch can happen for real. I think my kids installed TikTok, but I didn't notice any changes. Yeah, they banned it so you could still have the app, but anyone that deleted the app can no longer get the app. Like basically TikTok is no longer in the App Store, on like Google, on Apple. None of those things have it anymore. So if you wanna if you want to get TikTok, you basically have to put in like Canada. If you got to be from like Canada or the UK or something like that, if I'm not mistaken, or sign up through a VPN of some kind. You think so? Yeah. Yep. 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 Um, more season 3 images were released today. Oh, what? For real? I had no idea. I don't follow anything because I'd be so nervous that something's gonna drop spoilers, bruh. So I don't follow nothing about nothing. Maybe I should at least follow the regular Wheel of Time account, huh? Does Wheel of Time have an account, or is it just Amazon Prime? No, they do have an account. No, I am following them. Okay, if the images didn't come out on the Wheel of Time, no, they did. They did. I see. I see. Oh my God! Hold up, these are fire. Window. Yo, this is beautiful, brother. Yo, yo, this is fire. This is pretty fire. I'm not gonna lie. She looks amazing. Yeah, bro, they're cooking. Ooh. Oh, there's hella images too. Yo, I had no idea. I'm gonna have to have Remy post these because this is crazy. Yo, I'm gonna have to make a whole video about this, bruh. Oh my goodness, they dropped hella images. LFG is an understatement. Yo. Bruh, look at Perrin, yo. Look, they're having like a little broman. Yo. I'm very excited. Oh, snap. Who is this actor, bruh? I want to see her more. I want to see her more for show, because she's been doing a good job. And also, of course, we already know. Shout out to Elaine, not Egwene, Elaine. Yo, bruv. Bro, I can't lie. Min has to have been done the most dirty in this show out of everybody. I'm not gonna lie. Like, poor men, bro. Poor men, yo. Like, in the book, like, Min is a completely different character. I hope that she takes some type of forefront or just matters a little bit more. Um, yo, the locks is locking. They look badass. Holy. They look badass. What in the frijoles? This is crazy, bro. I am so excited, yo. I can only imagine how excited y'all are. For real, for real. There we go. Bam. And then hit that and grab this. Bam. Oh, bruh. These look really good. I'm excited. I am excited. Yo! Ho, ho. Like, how do you not get pumped? What's going on right now? Okay, well, that fumbled. Bro, the thing that I am most excited about is being able to see Rand and Land, yo. Give me Rand and Land. Give me Land, Rand, Land, Land, Rand, Rand, Land. Hmm. Uh, like, bro, I can't wait to see them like training and shit together. I'm ready, man. This show cannot come soon enough. Don't forget, we are going to be doing full watch party and reviews for this season when it releases later this year in March. So make sure y'all is up here and ready for the vibes. Holy, that got me excited. I can't even lie. Bruh. Okay. Let's get into it. Chat. Let's get into it. We're about to get into my overall thoughts of this section of the reading. So, why don't you guys let me know your overall thoughts of this section of the reading too, as we get into it. I definitely would like to know all of your thoughts, your theories, some of your opinions. Maybe let me know what you guys were thinking the first time you were going through these chapters as well, because we are gonna be getting into all of the meat, all the potatoes, and all that goodness, all that goodness here in just a moment. Yo, let me get my notes up here. I got the notes, I got the dotes, the deets, the maleets, and everything in between, chat. So let's get it cracking. Uh-huh. Bam. Gotta make sure I got this in a good my iPad in a good area so I can look down and see what I need to see. Okay. Damn. My shoulder. But yeah, let me know all of your guys' thoughts, theories. Let me know your opinions. Let me know how we were feeling going into these this one here. We're about to talk about it. Is this right? Yeah, this is the right one. Like I said, we're about to get into our overall thoughts and opinions of this section. Is that the best term to use? Section, portion. Yeah, I think section is the best. All right. So let me know you guys thought about this section of the reading, and I'm ready. I'm ready to get into it, and I'm ready to talk about it. I'm ready to talk about it. So here we. But we okay? Okay, I forgot. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to string y'all along like that, but I have to. So we'll be right back in 1 second.
What is up, Super Fam? How's it going, everyone? Welcome to Marvel Bros, where we discuss all things Marvel and everything pop culture.
We started Marvel Bros back in 2019 because we have a love for not only Marvel movies and comics, but because we wanted to have a place where people could stay up to date with all pop culture news.
Here, you will have access to all of our content, whether it be trailer reactions.
You look like He-Man.
Oh!
And most importantly, controllable.
Go!
Character breakdowns. Welcome to Marvel Bros Breakdown.
Welcome to Marvel Bros Breakdown, where we dive deeper into characters and theorize about the latest films,
pop culture news updates. On today's pop culture news update.
And on today's pop culture news update.
On today's pop culture news update.
Today's pop culture news update.
Or movie reviews.
We love to have open discussions here on the channel, so feel free to join us when we go live.
Battle Cove, I like that Kang's motives are understandable in the same way Thanos' motives were. That's exactly what we're saying. That was pretty awesome. Well.
Or jump in the comment section of a trailer reaction or breakdowns so we can theorize, converse, and nerd out.
Follow us on social media at Marvel Bros to stay up to date with the latest news, rumors, content, and more.
You can also join our Discord, where we are constantly having conversations pertaining to Marvel, DC, Star Wars, anime, and everything pop culture.
All of our past pop culture news updates are available wherever you listen to podcasts at.
If you guys would like to support Marvel Bros, all you gotta do is visit our website at www.marvelbros.com and buy some merch. Represent the superfan.
To get early access to content, patron-only scoops,
that
giveaways,
is
private
right.
Q&As,
You guys, don't forget, you can become a Bro-Venger today, getting access to all of those member-only badges. You know, the ones that y'all be seeing. The Thanos glove, thumbs up, Omni Pig, the Midral, all the things that y'all saying. Okay, so become a member today, and we got a ton of awesome stuff that's going to be coming in the second quarter of the year for all of our Bro Vengers, Bro Varen, level 1, level 2, all the levels alike. All right, so now let's get into my overall thoughts of the first. Woo! I don't know why it's so hard for me to say section, bro. Like my brain just does not. It's not connecting it, yo. So let's do that again, yo. Let's get into my. Let's get into my overall thoughts of the first section of the Dragon Reborn. Yo, what the hell? Section. All right, bet. Yo, what's up with Alan? How you doing? I see you over there on the shorts tab. My bad. I don't know why that chat is not syncing up with the mine that I have here. Let me try to fix that real quick. Oh, there we go. Whoa. What's happening? What in the hell is going on? Turn that off. What just happened? I just logged into that was like CNN's YouTube. What the freak was the flapping and the slap? What? That was the weirdest shit ever. Okay, let's not do that ever again. Okay, that's wild. I don't know what's going on. Let's I don't know. I don't know why that is doing that, but it did. Super interesting. Every time I try and link my stuff, it's not letting me. So I'm sorry, YouTube Shorts. But YouTube is not letting me link that chat for some reason because it keeps linking me to CNN instead, which is
Join
insane.
Planet Fitness and save $28 or more. Just $1 down.
Okay, if I click this, okay, I'll give it one more try because I don't want you guys to be left out of the chat just because YouTube is tweaking right now. Oh no, did I change? I closed it out completely. Oops, sorry. Okay, that's that chat. Okay. No idea what the hell is happening right now. And I am very sorry. Because everything is going wrong right now. Yeah, why do I keep connecting to Fox, bro? That has nothing to do with me. What the feezy? And now I can't connect to the other one? Yo, I'm gonna have to end the shorts. Maybe, I don't know. Because my shit is tweaking all of a sudden. What? Okay. All right, buddy. Whatever you say. No freaking clue what's happening right now. What? It's always some stupid ass shit, fam. Okay. Well, I guess I just lost chat. I don't know. I don't know. That's wild. Because this was not happening. And now it's happening. Okay, so if I click this here. Oh. Oh, okay. All is lost. See, now I see your chat, Alan, but guess what? Now I can't see the other chat, though. This is intense. Well. Okay. So this is going to be the last thing we try here. Please. For the love of God. Nope. Yo, Alan, appreciate you, my guy. Oh, no. Don't do that. Oh, bro, I would have been sick. Yo, okay, so I'm going to have to end the... I'm gonna have to end the short real quick and then bring it back. So hold on 1 second. Okay, or that doesn't work either. That's fine. Hey, whatever, man. I'm just gonna have to do the most now. This is ridiculous. Oh, I hate this shit sometimes. Oh, this shit is still live. Oh, okay. So let's just end that real quick. Sorry. We can dismiss it. And then activate. Oh man, bro. I shouldn't have to do this much, bro. That's ridiculous. And then we can go live again. Fumbled though. Having to go live again. Boom. And boom. Hopefully. All right. Here we go. Everything should be back. All right, everything should be back. I hope. Because goddamn. And just like that, I fucked it all up. Whatever. All right, so let's get to it. Ain't nothing to it but to do it. So let's get into it, yo. These are my overall thoughts of the first section of our reading. So this is episode 1 of From WoTcher to Readers, where we are covering the Dragon Reborn, the third book within the Wheel of Time. Yo, I'm excited. So let's talk about it, man. I really thoroughly enjoyed this section from start to finish. I can't even, I can't begin to lie. Because the thing that I enjoy about Robert Jordan's writing is how elegant everything is, whether it is the action, whether it is the training, whether it's the build up. There is a certain level of elegancy that is taken with it all. So getting into these first 12 chapters, especially after coming off of Mistborn, and it's kind of been there was a gap in between reading the last book to this book. It was nice to be able to get back into the swing of things, and Robert Jordan also frames things in a way to where you get caught up with what happened before in the last book, but also you're able to know what's about to happen next, right? Or with like the first time we see a character again, or the first time a character's name is mentioned, or even when characters return to a place that they've been before, there's a good bit of summarization that goes on, allowing us as the reader to kind of get caught back up on something that we may have missed, or something that maybe we just didn't understand had stood out to us before. And that's something that I really, really enjoyed being able to not catch on to, but really see, really see what's happening here. We get to see, we go over basically everything that we need to, like right at this beginning. And I like that. And we also get a good bit of lore and world building when it comes to what's going on with Perrin. How those things are. We don't get a lot of how, but we get a lot more what, to where it's like, what the hell is this? What the hell is that? What does that mean? And of course, towards the end of this section, we also find out some more answers around Perrin, and it was just nice. I like Perrin, though. I was very interested in all the things that was going on around him, so I needed to get those answers. And you guys also know that I love me a dream sequence, so I think it's super cool to be able to be able to see a lot of the stuff and a lot of the feelings that Rand had also be portrayed through Perrin's POV, through his eyes, through and just being able to see him also go through those dream sequences as well, and then being able to see Rand through his eyes, and actually to see all of the characters that are around us through Perrin's eyes. We get such a different perspective of him, of his outlook, and of how these characters can be viewed within within the narrative, because we do see a lot of different sides of these characters when they deal with Perrin versus when they deal with Rand. Loyal, Moiraine, Lan, they all deal with Rand and Perrin in different ways, but kind of in a good way though, like, right? Like in a good similar way to where they mirror each other, I guess is the best thing to say. Like there are many reflections, and I think Perrin even has a moment where he says something similar to that, where he's like, I've been so focused on Rand, I forgot about I got shit going on with my damn self. And it's like, yeah, bro, like like you don't even know who you are fully. You don't even know what you're capable of, what the extent is of your abilities, so on and so forth. And yet here you are so focused on writing for Rand, which is a good thing because Rand is your boy, but it's like you got lost in the sauce so much. So I think that was just a really solid start to this, and being able to see Lan. I love Lan, and I'm kind of sad about how different he is in the in the show. Especially, hey Jackie, I appreciate you with the $1 hollow over there on the shorts, yo. Thank you so much for that. I'm sorry, but my OBS is tripping, so I wasn't even able to see that you came through with the donation. So I appreciate you. Thank you. But it's just it's so well, I think, well, not just written, but weaved together right off these first 12 chapters. We are spending a large chunk of it with just Perrin and seeing how he feels, hearing how he feels, looking at him, watching him kind of lose his mind a little bit and then come back. It's all freaking just so well constructed that it makes me excited to see what can happen next, man. Like, it really does. It makes me excited to see whatever is going to be going on, because god damn, like, we really get to be right there up close and personal with Perrin, see how it feels for him to get more wolf-like, for a lack of better words, and see how all of these things are able to change his perspective, and his senses are something that come into play a lot here, and him trying to downplay it, and then we also get to see the way that Moiraine just puts things together immediately, and we also have that callback to how important the Ta'veren is, and how Rand is a Ta'veren like no other, and the fact that him being a Ta'veren will directly change things that are happening. And then we also see that happen with all of the other Ta'veren in different ways, right? Like, where they go, things are actually being different. When we first get introduced to the girls' POV, right? When we are back with the young ladies and they're traveling back to the White Tower, right? As we get a rundown of all the things that they've been doing, and quite literally everywhere they've been going, all the things that have been happening to them it seems like it is directly connected to them being Ta'veren, and we see it happen with Perrin. I mean, it doesn't get too much more on the nose than him going to a place and finding someone that is exactly like him. Like, that is just Ta'veren things going down, baby. And I love the way that we are able. I think you guys, Chatter, you're always telling me how the one has been made into like its own narrative. It's been made into its own story, and the magic system and the universe, or whatever the case may be, is directly influenced from how this person that is the one reacts and what they do. So the connections, the lore, the world building, I really, really like it. And of course, we also get to see some more things just shine on throughout this portion. And man, the action, being able to even be with Perrin and see how different he reacts. They go about a lot of those those things that that happen in the show, they go about them a different way, which I actually understand, and I'll talk about that a little bit too. Like just like a quick side note, I can see why they changed Perrin's story for the show. Like the more books I read and the further I get into every book, the more I understand each direction they chose to go within the Wheel of Time Prime series versus what they actually did with the book. It's really interesting. I don't know why that is, but it's just like, oh, okay. So yeah, they're not gonna give Perrin any of these dream sequences at all. So they have to have him come about these different realizations in the show a completely different way. I get that. I get that. Do I like it? Not necessarily, but I understand for the sake of the narrative that they're trying to create. When you look at the big picture versus just zooming in, which I think is a good way to kind of compare and contrast those things. But yeah, this reading was awesome. Min was dope. I love the relationship between Moiraine and Min. I'll get into all of these things a lot more as we continue on. But bruh, like there was a lot of and I love the new terms that we got introduced to from the wolf point of views. Like every ounce of lore and world building that was constructed through the wolves, I absolutely loved. Like that's what I will say there as well. Like I had a lovely time with them, bro. Bro, like that, like wow, like yes, bro, yes. I liked it. I had a good time. So I'm happy to talk about it, dive into it deeper, a little bit further, and ask some questions, highlight some certain things, unhighlight some others, and just full blown, chop of the wampus. So let me know, chat. What are your overall thoughts for chapters 1 through 12 of The Wheel of Time, The Dragon Reborn? Bro, I had so many other titles in my head just now. That should not have been... it was hard for me to just talk. But yeah, The Wheel of Time, The Dragon Reborn. What are all of your thoughts, theories, and opinions for chapters 1 through 12? Be careful about spoilers. Even just expectation spoilers. Yeah. I agree. Please watch for spoilers, cause I don't want them. Yo, I can't believe that chat just went left like that. I have no idea how that happened. Like I don't know who came from the other thing and who was actually ours. It's a nice recap at the start of the book. Some people say RJ overdoes the recaps, but remember what was for us who had to wait years between books. Yeah, and that's what I think is awesome, right? Not everybody is gonna want to read the entire book like before the other book. And not only that, but of course, the internet and like things like this weren't as popular back then to where, someone could go and watch a Daniel Green recap video. You know what I mean? Like, like, so yeah. Yeah, I like it. I like it. We're really cooking. Alan says, I like Jordan recaps. He did it different than a lot of other authors at the time. Most authors at the time had horrible recaps. Yeah, and I don't feel like it's like a recap in the same way. And I don't even know how bad recaps would be. Like, how would you guys feel if you read a book and then it was like introduction? Or not, no, I'm sorry. Like, what if it was like prologue? Recap. Book 1 recap. Like how would you feel about that? Recap for book 2. The road so far. Supernatural style. Parents' POVs are heavy on him being lost in thought. That's just terrible for TV, so they had to change something. That is super true, Marisu. I agree. I agree. They definitely had to agree with. They definitely had to agree. They definitely had to do that. Like shit had to get changed around. Like all of that is just him thinking, him staring off into the distance, people staring at him because he's staring off into the distance, him howling to the moon like randomly as everyone else is just kind of just chilling. Like those are things that are definitely going to be hard to be able to explain narratively, and no one really wants to hear that much exposition, I think, or disposition. I always get those two confused with each other. But no one wants to like see that happen in a show. So I get why they had to kind of scar him at the beginning of his story, so everything that he does subsequently, changes things like drastically. The biggest reason I wanted to get through book 3 is that it really fleshes out the magic vocabulary so we can start having very interesting conversations and theories. I see that already, especially what they were doing with the with the Wolf Brother lore and the Wolf Brother magic system and how that is actually connected to the dream world realm, whatever you want to call it, rather than it being inherently just connected to the one power, which is the true source, right? It's like these things are, I can kind of see how the one power fuels everything else, but that does not necessarily mean that everything else is inherently the one power. You know what I mean? I don't know if that makes sense. I don't know. 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 Hell, I'm not even sure Daniel Green was alive when this book came out. He definitely wasn't. I sure wasn't. So I don't think he's that much older than me. I don't know if he's older than me actually at all. Is he? I'm not going to get too distracted. I just want to know how old Daniel Green is. Gosh, guys. What? Okay. This just said 65 years old. That is not the Daniel Green I'm looking for. Bro's 30, yeah. So he is older than me. So when did this book come out? That's a good question. The Wheel of Time, Dragon Reborn. Boop. 1991. So yeah, this book came out 3 years before Daniel Green was born. That would be terrible. No recap, Marisu. That wouldn't bother me. A lot of old recaps would just stick it in the first chapter in a way that was made and Butler dialogue. Yeah, that's I don't like I think I would rather have that in the book somewhere, like even as the blurb. You know what I mean? Like let the blurb be the recap. I think blurbs are recaps sometimes, aren't they? Maybe not. Maybe I'm mistaken. I don't know. That's an interesting conversation to have. I need to have like a on writing and reading like thing because I love having these type of conversations that aren't just about necessarily what we're doing for book club as well, right? Like I don't know if it's like it's not like I like just having conversations about reading and what you guys prefer with reading and stuff like that. More conversations like that need to be had. Um, Book 3, Jordan completely revamped the magic system. Okay. I hear you. It was the first Wheel of Time book I read as an Xmas gift when it was newly released. Ooh, that's what's up, Akam. What's up with it, Akam? I don't know if I said what's up with it to you, Akam. My bad, brother. But how you doing, ACM? I hope you're having a good day. I appreciate you tuning in with us today, man, we're just getting into my overall thoughts of the book. And now we're probably about to be getting into the chapter by chapter review and discussion, of course. So we can really yip yap, tippily tap. People would buy the hard books and then a little later the paperbacks would come out. The first chapter preview of the next book, so people would buy it again. Good marketing. Oh, see, I want to do things like that, but with like comics or something, you know? Like, yo, here is my novel, right? But then go check out the comic because, bruh, it's kind of the same story, but you actually get the pictures for one. And then you also get to see other stuff going on. You know what I mean? Like there's also some other things that happen. So yeah. Oh, I think my phone just died. Yeah, I definitely gotta charge that. This needs to be charging. What's going on there? And then let's charge my phone just in case. Because that's not supposed to die. All right. So yeah, that is W marketing. I think a recap would be cool. But speaking of recaps, we're about to get into our recap or just our discussion of chapter 1 through 12. Of course, starting with chapter 1. So let's talk about it. We'll get into it. Ain't nothing to it but to do it, and we'll do it. But first, we'll be right back.
Ryan Little.
All right, chat. I am back and I hope you guys are ready to get into it, man, because it's about to get exciting. I am excited. I hope you guys are excited because holy, it's exciting. I have been really like just waiting to get back into it, and now we can. And I'm just so enthusiastic about it. What is happening?
But because we want to have a place,
like it is go time for real. It is really go time. So Let us get it cracking, chat. It is time to get into our chapter 1 review and discussion for the Dragon Reborn. Wheel of Time, baby. Okay. Starting with
Chapter 1. Waiting.
beautiful intro right here.
The wheel of time turns, and ages come and pass, leaving memories that become legend. Legend fades to myth, and even myth is long forgotten when the age that gave it birth comes again. In one age, called the Third Age by some, an age yet to come, an age long past, a wind rose in the mountains of mist. The wind was not the beginning. There are neither beginnings nor endings to the turning of the wheel of time, but it was a beginning. Down long valleys the wind swept, valleys blue with morning mist hanging in the air, some forested with evergreens, some bare where grasses and wildflowers would soon spring up. It howled across half-buried ruins and broken monuments, all as forgotten as those who had built them. It moaned in the passes, weather-worn cuts between peaks capped with snow that never melted. Thick clouds clung to the mountain tops so that snow and white billows seemed one. In the lowlands, winter was going, or gone, yet here in the heights it held a while, quilting the mountainsides with broad white patches. Only evergreens clung to leaf or needle. All other branches stood bare, brown or grey against the rock, and not yet quickened ground. There was no sound but the crisp rush of wind over snow and stone. The land seemed to be waiting, waiting for something to burst. Sitting his horse just inside a thicket of leatherleaf and pine, Perrine Bara shivered and tugged his fur-lined cloak closer, as close as he could with a longbow in one hand and a great half-moon axe at his belt. It was a good axe of cold steel. Perrin had pumped the bellows the day Master Luhan had made it. The wind jerked at his cloak, pulling the hood back from his shaggy curls and cut through his coat. He wiggled his toes in his boots for warmth and shifted on his high-cantled saddle, but his mind was not really on the cold. Eyeing his 5 companions, he wondered if they too felt it. Not the waiting they had been sent there for, but something more. Stepper, his horse, shifted and tossed his head. He had named the dun stallion for his quick feet, but now Stepper seemed to feel his rider's irritation and impatience. "I am tired of all this waiting, all this sitting while Moraine holds us as tight as tongs. Burn the Aes Sedai. When will it end?" He sniffed the wind without thinking. The smell of horse predominated, and of men, and men's sweat. A rabbit had gone through those trees not long since, fear powering its run, but the fox on its trail had not killed there. He realized what he was doing, and stopped it. "You'd think I would get a stuffed nose with all this wind." He almost wished he did have one, and I wouldn't let Moraine do anything about it either.
Yo, such a great way to just start this chapter. Great world, not world building, word painting, excuse me. Great word painting just right off the rip, allowing us to be able to get the understanding of the scene. That little short recap of how the wheel turns and ages come and pass, leaving memories that become legend. Just really, really just hitting everything home, letting us remember. There's a good amount of repetition. I don't think it's too much. I kind of more despise when things are just said once and then we're supposed to remember it forever. But I like that Robert Jordan does every level of that. He does the first level of here are things that you need to remember. And he does, I'm never going to tell you this again. Or the next time I do tell you this, I'm only going to tell you this one detail about the boots. If you ain't paying attention to the boots, then you ain't going to know who the character is. You know what I mean? Like this person loves to wear earrings. So you got to look out for the earrings. You know what I'm saying? Like I love small things like that. And there is a good amount of that here. I was immediately ecstatic when reading this as well. I wrote in the margins, "My guy," because I was just really excited to see Perrin, and I really wanted to know what was going on with him. Again, there is beautiful word painting throughout it. I think he even mentions how Perrin's eyes glittered like burnished gold. Um, I know there just a lot of word painting, a lot of letting us know what's going on here. Okay, and then here we go. We also find out that the crows that are following them that we've been seeing basically. Perrin asks, "Does it have to report?" And then, yes, the answer is yes. Like the crows have the ravens, not crows, ravens. Excuse me. The ravens are watching him, and the ravens have to always check in with a half man usually. It's like, what? It says it has to report to a half man usually. In the borderlands, there was a bounty on ravens. No one there ever dared assume any raven was just a bird. Like, if Heartsbane saw what the raven saw, we would all have been dead before we reached the mountains. Heartsbane, Soulsbane, Heartfang, Lord of the Grave, Lord of the Twilight, everywhere Father of the Lies and the Dark One, all to avoid giving him his true name and drawing his attention. Like, bro, literally, we are cooking. Right off the back, I'm like, oh yeah, man, I know I'm gonna love this because I love the way I love when we are thrown into a world, and that is exactly what's happening here. Like, if someone had just picked this book up and had never read book 1 or 2, would they be confused? Hell yeah. But is there enough information that they could just keep reading and maybe figure out what's going on? Also, hell yeah. Okay. We also get introduced to Leia. We get reintroduced to Massima, Reagan, Uno. Shout out to our guy Uno because we know how he was done in the show. They did our guy Uno absolutely wrong. Ugh, like absolutely wrong the way they did him. Like, damn. So Reagan, Leia. So we also find out that basically there's been a ton of people, well, not a ton, but there's been quite a few people coming through talking to Moiraine, giving her information about what's been going on around them, and just kind of setting up everything that's, she needs, like just her just knowing everything that she needs to know, and then just kind of telling people what she wants to tell them as things go, and not necessarily telling them everything, just like, hey, yeah, this is what you need. And it's like, yeah. Like, yeah. Like, yeah. Let's get that going. Also, of course, the horses. For some reason, we continuously get POVs of horses, figuring out, finding out about who they are, finding out some of their thoughts and opinions, uh, their life stories. Don't know why, but we do. Uh, And then we end in such a badass way. In the first chapter in such a badass way. A burst of wind swirled into the bowl, making cloaks flap and rippling the banner out of to its full length. For a moment, the creature on it seemed to ride the wind. A four-legged serpent scaled in gold and scarlet, a golden maned like a lion, and its feet each tipped with 5 golden claws, a banner of legend, a banner most men would not know if they saw it, but would fear when they learned its name. Perrin waved a hand that took it all in as he led the way down into the bowl. Welcome to the camp of the Dragon Reborn, Leia. Yo, I was hyped. Literally, my margin there is just badass because I was like so ready to be just taken into the world. Like it becomes an isekai for me because I'm transported into this world in a freaking amazing way, yo. Let me know how you guys felt about that first chapter, baby. Chapter feels like the beginning of Skyrim. Oh, you're finally awake. Yes, it does give that vibe. Into the village we go. Yo, my guy Stepper. Real Stepper. Yes, sir. I love how Perrin thinks of himself as an average bowman for the two rivers, but anywhere else he'd be considered an expert, and Rand is considered good for the two rivers. Like, yeah, that's very true. It's like, bro, you're the guy. Actually, what are you talking about? Is this a Perrin book? Yeah, yeah. It is. It is, and I love it. I'm loving every single minute of it. The way the Madral digests the information from the crow is probably quite disturbing. Oh, damn, good point. There is definitely enough here to put you into the world without having checked out the books. 11-year-old me was in by the end of by the end of chapter 2. Yeah, yo, like I could believe that for sure. You started reading at 11? That seems very advanced to me. What? Is it? My son just turned 11 and he be reading. I don't know. He been reading. He reads a book called Wings of Fire. I don't know if any of you guys have heard it, but if you got any nephews or nieces or anything like that, maybe they like stuff like that. I don't know. I don't know. Um, 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 um. Okay. Yeah. Chapter 1 is a banger, bro. Really like it. Really like it. Um, did I miss something? No, I don't think so. Oh, well, other than I guess I did miss the entire thing about how Perrin was overly, utterly terrified for Leia and did not want her to be anywhere around them and to just turn around and go back where she came from because he did not want her to die. That's basically, that was heavy on that right there. He was like, bruh, no. You need to get up out of here now. Okay, yeah. I guess that was just Yeah, that was chapter 1. I guess I'm talking a little bit about chapter 2 as well. So I mean, we might as well just get into it. And when I say that, do you know what I mean? I mean, we might as well get into
Chapter 2. Saidin.
Ooh.
Face expressionless, the Tuatha'an woman stared at the banner as it drooped again, then turned her attention to those around the fire. Especially the one reading, the one half again as tall as Perrin, and twice as big. You have an Ogier with you. I would not have taught. She shook her head. Where is Moraine, said I. It seemed the dragon banner might as well not exist as far as she was concerned. Perrin gestured toward the rough hut that stood furthest up the slope at the far end of the bowl. With walls and sloping roof of unpeeled logs, it was the largest, though not very big at that. Perhaps just barely large enough to be called a cabin rather than a hut. That one is hers. Hers and Lan's. He is her warder. When you have had something hot to drink— No, I must speak to Moraine. He was not surprised. All the women who came insisted on speaking to Moraine immediately, and alone. The news that Moraine chose to share with the rest of them did not always seem very important, but the women held the intensity of a hunter stalking the last rabbit in the world for his starving family. The half-frozen old beggar woman had refused blankets and a plate of hot stew, and tramped up to Moraine's hut, barefoot in still-falling snow. Leia slid from her saddle and handed the reins up to Perrin. Will you see that she's fed? She patted the piebald mare's nose. P.S. is not used to carrying me over such rugged country. Fodder is scarce still, Perrin told her, but she'll have what we can give her. Leia nodded and went hurrying away up the slope without another word, holding her bright green skirts up, the blue-embroidered red cloak swaying behind her.
It's Layla, not Layla.
Perrin swung down from his saddle, exchanging a few words with the men who came from the fires to take the horses. He gave his bow to the one who took Stepper. No, except for one raven, they had seen nothing but the mountains and the Tuatha'an woman. Yes, the raven was dead. No, she had told them nothing of what was happening outside the mountains. No, he had no idea whether they would be leaving soon. Or ever, he added to himself. Moraine had kept them there all winter. The Shinarans did not think she gave the orders, not here, but Perrin knew that Aes Sedai somehow always seemed to get their way. Especially Moraine. Once the horses were led away to the rude log stable, the riders went to warm themselves. Perrin tossed his cloak back over his shoulders and held his hands out to the flames.
Yeah, that's definitely where the name came from.
The big kettle, Baerlon work by the look of it, gave off smells that had been making his mouth water for some time already. Someone had been lucky hunting today, it seemed, and lumpy roots circled another fire close by, giving off an aroma faintly like turnips as they roasted. He wrinkled his nose and concentrated on the stew. More and more he wanted meat above anything else. The woman in men's clothes was peering toward Leia, who was just disappearing into Moraine's hut. What do you see, Min? He asked. She came to stand beside him, her dark eyes troubled. He did not understand why she insisted on breeches instead of skirts. Perhaps it was because he knew her, but he could not see how anyone could look at her and see a too handsome youth instead of a pretty young woman.
The too handsome youth is crazy,
she said softly, eyeing the others near the fires. None was close enough to hear. He was still, thinking of Leia's gentle face. Ah, light. Tinkers never harm anyone. He felt cold despite the warmth of the fire. Burn me, I wish I'd never asked.
Yo, and he really does wish he never asked, because from that point on, he is going through it, bro. Like, he literally he is struggling. He's like, and then we also find out a little bit more lore behind Min here. Basically that she always tries to warn people about the bad things that she's seen, even at 6 or 7, when she first realized that not everyone could see what she saw, but she wouldn't say more because her warnings usually just made matters worse, which is crazy. And we don't have like a time frame on that or anything. All we know is that that is what's happened. That's what happens. Oops. I don't know if I had stopped that timer or not. Yeah, we get to see our good friend Loyal, and I was super happy to see him because Loyal is just always just being loyal, of course. Let's see. I love how I love how Loyal basically waits for a moment to put his two cents in. You know what I mean? Like she's like men because men's like you seem to care so much about the Tuathaan. They are utterly peaceful, and I always see violence around. He turned his head away, and she cut off abruptly. Tuathaan, came a rumbling voice like a huge bumblebee. What about Tuathaan? The Ogier came to join them at the fire, marking his place in his book with a finger the size of a large sausage. A thin streamer of dark brown wool buttoned up to the neck and flared at the knee over turned down boot tops. Perrin stood hardly as high as his chest. Like, bruh, like let's go. I love me some Loyal, yo. And then we find out that Loyal's like right here it says Loyal's wide smile wavered and his eyes blinked as he became aware of having interrupted them. Perrin wondered how anyone could be frightened of the Ogier for so long. Yet some of the old stories call them fierce and implacable enemies. He could not believe it. Ogier were enemies to no one. So my thing right there was like, oh, they do? Like, bruh, that's crazy. Like, that is insane. Hey, welcome to the Super Fam Small Town Witch. I appreciate you. I hope you're having a good day. Okay. Let's see. I love the way that Min goes off the whole time. Like Min is always going off. She's like, I was just trying to do my own thing, and then these Two Rivers farm boys, like, bruh, she was just going off. And then Loyal, of course, pulling back up with the Tavern. Loyal began. Perrin waved at him to stop. I love how everyone is always like, Right, here he goes. You know, like they're like he's like Taverin, you know what I mean? Let's see. Perrin waved at him to stop, but the Ogier could seldom be slowed, much less stopped when one of his enthusiasms had him in its grasp. Yo, he was accounted extremely hasty by the Ogier way of looking at things. Loyal pushed his book into his pocket and went on, gesturing with his pipe. All of us, all of our lives, affect the lives of others. Each of us pull and tug at the different threads around us. Taviran are the same, only much more so. They tug at the entire pattern, for a time at least, forcing it to shape around them. The closer you are to them, the more you are affected personally. It's said that if you were in the same room as with Arthur Hawkwing, you could feel the pattern rearranging itself. I don't know how true that is, but I've read that it was. And how awesome is it that that later comes up in the future of the story, not too far in the future, but within the same portion, we see that very thing come to fruition. Like it just shows how everyone kind of all of these myths, all of these legends, all of these things in the past are actually something that connects to the wider future for real. Um oh uh and then Min is like bloody Taverin all the time. Taverin tugging on one side, Aes Sedai meddling on the other. What chance does a woman have? Yo, I just really like Min's character. I really like her character here. Was her character was sacrificing this character development worth her just being friends with Matt? I don't think so. Um, let's see. Oh, and then it's like, oh, then there's a stir among the Shinarans. Men getting to their feet, Rand coming out of Moraine's hut. Even at the distance, Perrin could make him out clearly. A young man with reddish hair. Like, bro, literally giving us a good reboot of everything that's been going on. And then the Shinarans bow to Rand as he walks by. Lord Dragon, we stand ready, honor to serve, honor to serve. Like, bruh, they were ready. They were really ready to go. Uh, okay, I don't know where this happens at, but let's hope it's somewhere close. Oh, hmm. And then we also start the book with Rand arguing with Moraine, and everyone's like super surprised by it. Like, it's crazy. All right, here we go. All right, I love this part right here too.
stretched away from the sun sitting on the mountaintops. The wall where a crack in the grey rock wall lay, an opening hardly wider than his shoulders.
Sorry.
But their constant awe drove him off. He kept to himself now. Too much to himself, to Perrin's thinking. But he knew Rand was not headed
I don't
to
remember
his
where I
hut
started
now.
it, so sorry about
Perrin
that.
hurried on to where one side of the bowl-shaped valley suddenly became sheer cliff, 50 paces high, and smooth except for tough brush clinging tenaciously here and there. He knew exactly where a crack in the grey rock wall lay, an opening hardly wider than his shoulders. With only a ribbon of late afternoon light overhead, it was like walking down a tunnel.
Bruh.
Half a mile the crack ran, abruptly opening out into a narrow vale, less than a mile long, its floor covered with rocks and boulders, and even the steep slopes were thickly forested with tall leatherleaf and pine and fir. Long shadows stretched away from the sun sitting on the mountaintops. The walls of this place were unbroken save for the crack, and as steep as if a giant axe had buried itself in the mountains. It could be even more easily defended by a few than the bull, but it had neither stream nor spring. No one went there. Except Rand. After he argued with Moraine. Rand stood not far from the entrance, leaning against the rough trunk of a leatherleaf, staring at the palms of his hands. Perrin knew that on each there was a heron, branded into the flesh. Rand did not move when Perrin's boot scraped on stone. Suddenly Rand began to recite softly, never looking up from his hands. Twice and twice shall he be marked, twice to live and twice to die. Once the heron to set his path, twice the heron to name him true. Once the dragon for remembrance lost, twice the dragon for the price he must pay. With a shudder, he tucked his hands under his arms. But no dragons yet, he chuckled roughly. Not yet. For a moment, Perrin simply looked at him. A man who could channel the One Power. A man doomed to go mad from the taint on Saidin, the male half of the true source, and certain to destroy everything around him in his madness. A man, a thing, everyone was taught to loathe and fear from childhood. Only, it was hard to stop seeing the boy he had grown up with. How do you just stop being somebody's friend? Perrin chose a small boulder with a flat top and sat, waiting.
Bruh. Like, what? Bruh, like, beautiful. I just love it. I just love it all. And then Rand, like right here, I was rolling at Rand because he was just going through it, bro. Like, I was laughing because it's not funny, but it is funny because he was really just throwing himself for a loop. Like, he was making himself literally go insane. He said, death is lighter than a feather, duty heavier than a mountain. That's what they say in Shinar. The Dark One is stirring. The last battle is coming, and the Dragon Reborn has to face the Dark One in the last battle, or the shadow will cover everything. The wheel of time broken, every age remade in the Dark One's image. There's only me. He began to laugh mirthlessly, his shoulders shaking. I have the duty because there isn't anybody else. Now is there? Oh my God, bruh. Like, bro, like, it's crazy seeing bruh really, like, go Anakin in front of our eyes like that. And then I love the way they also kind of say, like, something is pushing us or pulling us. You know what I mean? Balls I'm on. Like, woo, woo, woo. Rand is going absolutely insane at the start of this book, and it has me very weary since we haven't seen this. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. I forgot I said. Okay, that was a note that I wrote. I said Rand is going absolutely insane at the start of this book, and it has me weary since we haven't seen this stuff like this yet in the show, like, necessarily. So I guess that was me telling future me, like, this book might spoil something for you, because I forgot I even wrote that. Shout out to past me for writing notes like this, bruh. The past me definitely be looking out for future me, because I would have never said that right now. Like, I would have never said that if that wasn't right there. Um. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, no, no, we gonna chat. We gonna tap in with this whole part right here.
Rand nodded and was silent. Lately, Perrin said, I find myself wishing I was still a blacksmith. Do you wish you were still just a shepherd? Duty, Rand muttered. Death is lighter than a feather. Duty, heavier
Listen to
than a
Rosamund
mountain.
Pike. Like,
That's what they say in Shinar. The Dark One is stirring, the last battle is coming. And the Dragon Reborn has to face the Dark One in the last battle, or the shadow will cover everything. The wheel of time broken. Every age remade in the Dark One's image. There's only me. He began to laugh mirthlessly, his shoulders shaking. I have the duty because there isn't anybody else now, is there? Perrin shifted uneasily. The laughter had a raw edge that made his skin crawl. I understand you were arguing with Moraine again. The same thing. Rand drew a deep, ragged breath. Don't we always argue about the same thing? They're down there, on Almuth Plain, and the light alone knows where else. Hundreds of them. Thousands. They declared for the Dragon Reborn because I raised that banner. Because I let myself be called the Dragon. Because I could see no other choice. And they're dying. Fighting, searching, and praying for the man who is supposed to lead them. Dying!
Yeah.
And I sit here safe in the mountains all winter. I owe them something. You think I like it? Perrin swung his head in irritation. You take Tarabonners will be on top of them like a duck on a beetle. Perrin almost laughed himself in confusion. If you agree with her, why in the light do you argue all the time? Because I have to do something, or I'll burst like a rotted melon. Do what? If you listen to what she says... Rand gave him no chance to say they would sit there forever. I feel as if Moraine is putting me through my paces like a fancy tyrant stallion doing his steps. Do you ever feel that? Perrin scrubbed a hand through his shaggy hair. Whatever is pushing us, or pulling us, I know who the enemy is, Rand. Baalzamon, Rand said softly. An ancient name for the Dark One. In the Trolloc tongue, it meant heart of the dark. And I must face him, Perrin. His eyes closed in a grimace, half smile, half pain. Light help me. Half the time, I want it to happen now, to be over and done with, and the other half... How many times can I manage to... Light, it pulls at me so. What if I can't? What if I... The ground trembled. Rand? Perrin said worriedly. Rand shivered. Despite the chill, there was sweat on his face. His eyes were still shut tight. Oh, Light, he groaned. It pulls so. Suddenly, the ground heaved beneath Perrin, and the valley echoed with a vast rumble. It seemed as if the ground was jerked out from under his feet. He fell, or the earth leaped up to meet him. The valley shook as though a vast hand had reached down from the sky to wrench it out of the land. He clung to the ground while it tried to bounce him like a ball. Pebbles in front of his eyes leaped and tumbled, and dust rose in waves. Rand! His bellow was lost in the ground.
Bruh! Oh my God.
Rand stood, with his head thrown back, his eyes still shut tight. He did not seem to feel the thrashing of the ground that had him now at one angle, now at another. His balance never shifted, no matter how he was tossed. Perrin could not be certain, being shaken as he was, but he thought Rand wore a sad smile. The trees flailed about, and the leather leaf suddenly cracked in two, the greater part of its trunk crashing down not 3 paces from Rand. He noticed it no more than he noticed any of the rest. Perrin struggled to fill his lungs. "Rand! For the love of the light, Rand! Stop it!" As abruptly as it had begun, it was done. A weakened branch cracked off a stunted oak with a loud snap. Perrin got to his feet slowly, coughing. Dust hung in the air, sparkling motes in the rays of the setting sun. Rand was staring at nothing now, chest heaving as if he had run 10 miles. This had never happened before, nor anything remotely like it.
Bruh, come on. Rand is turning up. He's literally losing. He's literally going crazy in front of our eyes, yo. And it's awesome. Like, it's awesome. My margin was holy double shit. What the fuck? Because, yo, it was like literally insanity the way that we end that. Love it, man. Love it. Great way to end the chapter, chat. Like, definitely a great way to end the chapter. Damn. So let me know what you guys thought about chapter 2. I was reading Harry Potter at 11. I read Lord of the Rings when I was 4. So this is on right up my alley. Remind me what Perrin's wife's name was. Oh yeah, I gotcha. Min is like a walking teaser trailer for your life as a movie. Yo, that's so true. Show wife is Layla, a character briefly mentioned in the books as a girl Perrin thought he might marry one day. Oh, okay, but yeah, that definitely does fit. Oh yeah, for real. Min is hella sassy with it. Min is some people's favorite character in the books. Show Min is a war crime. Yeah, I agree. Show Min is just bruh. Like wow. Like, bro, this is not even almost remotely the same character, kinda, almost at all. Like, you know? Like, what have we done here? You know what I'm saying? All right. So, yo, that is that for chapter 2. I loved it. If y'all loved it, I like it. I love it. It's crazy because it's kind of like what the last dragon did to kind of break the world in the first place. So it was dope to see, Rand do a mini that. Like him have his own mini like breakout burst or whatever you want to call it. Like that's pretty nifty. Pretty nifty indeed, if I do say so myself. Oh, hello. Yeah. Rand's just stressed. I was like that in college. Ha! One thing the books do that I love is Rand always seems sane from his own point of view. Then you get other people's opinion of him. Yeah, that's a very good point. And the thing that I like is that we also get that though with Perrin in this, right? Like later on, I think in chapter 4 is where you really see it shine. And I think chapter 4 or 5 is one of are like my favorite chapters, if I'm not mistaken. Just because it was just awesome to get all that stuff there that there was. All right. Really drives home the danger of an untrained channeler. Yes, 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 yes. I agree so much. And I think it's something that we don't ever see. We never see the chosen one be untrained and cause like crazy havoc like that, right? Like the Avatar the Last Airbender does it in like the first couple of episodes, and then they dabble in it when he starts learning firebending, but it's not to where it's like, oh shit, they destroyed the world. And from some rumors, that's the area that we could maybe start exploring with Korra is like, oh shit, she was so strong that she destroyed the world. And it's like, I love stuff like that, bro. Like, I love the way that Robert Jordan was able to take the one and make it just so much darker than it is really. I would love to see the one really become the evil one. Like that would be dope. And I mean, yeah, Darth Vader, but not really because it's like in a technical sense, he still was the one because he still did the thing that he needed to do. Like I guess it counts, but bro, we met bro as Darth Vader. We didn't know that he was the one. We found that out after we knew he was evil. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want to see that progression. I want to see the one become evil. And, like, then all of a sudden, now all of our quote unquote side characters are now the main characters trying to stop who was our previous main character. That's now the freaking villain. Like, that would be so dope, bro. Yo, I'm gonna have to do that because that sounds awesome. Like, just a quick side note. Imagine Avatar The Last Airbender, but halfway through, Aang actually does go like evil for whatever reason. And then Zuko is now on Team Avatar, but they're all trying to take down Aang instead. Oh, buddy. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Write that down. Write that down. That sounds freaking awesome. We get hijinks in Harry Potter. He accidentally makes his aunt float away, but it's not terrifying. Yeah, that's very true. That's true. Yeah, I see what you're saying for sure. See, I want like, nah, bro. Like, bro is evil now. Like, oh, bro, the dark side of the force is literally, bro. I got you. I'm there. I'm gonna write it. I'll write it tonight. All right. So yeah, I think that's safe to say that we can start scooting right along to
Chapter 3. News from the Plain. Darkness shrouded part of the crack, for in one place the tremors had collapsed a part of the wall against the other side, high up. He stared up at the blackness warily before hurrying underneath, but the slab of stone seemed to be solidly wedged in place. The itch had returned to the back of his head, stronger than before. No, burn me, no! It went away. When he came out above the camp, the bowl was filled with odd shadows from the sinking sun. Moraine was standing outside her hut, peering up at the crack. He stopped short. She was a slender, dark-haired woman, no taller than his shoulder, and pretty, with the ageless quality of all Aes Sedai who had worked with the One Power for a time. He could not put any age at all to her, with her face too smooth for many years and her dark eyes too wise for youth. Her dress of deep blue silk was disarrayed and dusty, and wisps stuck out in her usually well-ordered hair. A smudge of dust lay across her face. He dropped his eyes. She knew about him, she and Lan alone of those in the camp, and he did not like the knowing in her face when she looked into his eyes. Yellow eyes. Some day, perhaps, he could bring himself to ask her what she knew. An Aes Sedai must know more of it than he did. But this was not the time. There never seemed to be a time. He didn't mean... It was an accident. An accident, she said in a flat voice, then shook her head and vanished back inside the hut.
Yo, Moiraine was going for None of that. Like literally, she was going for absolutely none of the shenanigans, bro. Like she cared not what anybody was doing, what anybody was saying, bro. Like she was like, bro, what you're tripping. Like you're tripping, bro. What? We're getting up out of here. This chapter was pretty, quick, fast, and in a hurry. And the thing that I said too was this book feels so different. Like it feels so different from the other books at the same time. Like while we do get a lot of recaps for book 1 and 2, this whole POV, this whole area that we explore just feels so unique within itself. And I freaking love that. Like it feels so unique, but so familiar at the same time. Um, I wrote a note right here, and I'm not sure what the hell it means. But we also get a mention of the soulless here. Yeah, we get a mention of the soulless. We get Moiraine dropping the famous "The wheel weaves as the wheel wills." We find out about the news that that Leia brought. Hunters have appeared on the plain. White cloaks have 5,000 men in Plymouth or in Almouth, excuse me. And uh, yeah, it says 3 young men have died in villages Mistress Leia's wagons passed near, each in circumstance where no one who should have been able to come close to being unseen. But that is how it happened. Yeah, and then so the Dark One Land tells us that the Dark One has killers that you don't notice until it's too late. And then Uno tells us that they're called the Soulless, and how he's never heard of one uh south of the borderlands before. So we get another new creature just dropped, and we have no idea what it is. Like, and that's crazy to me. Yeah, that was absolutely crazy to me. But I think that was basically chapter 3 there. Chapter 3 was kind of short. I don't know if anything too significant really was going down other than the things that I was just mentioning. Yeah, chapter 3 was short as hell. It was a couple pages. I mean, it wasn't short as hell because there's definitely shorter chapters. I think chapter 12, chapter 7 and chapter 12 are both really really short as hell, but this one was short as to nothing too big happened. If I missed anything, definitely let me know. The soulless is a vocabulary word for later. Okay, Marisu. I love Moiraine coming out of the hut after the earthquake. Like, damn it, that was mildly annoying. Yeah. Very mom raising an eyebrow energy. It was an accident. An accident. Like, bruh. I love it. I love that. That's so dope. Okay, now we're about to get into the next portion of this section. That was the first 3 chapters. We're about to get into the next 3 chapters. chapter 4, Shadows Sleeping. I am excited to get into this one, yo, because, bruh, y'all know me. Y'all know that I like some shadows, whether they are awake or not, bruh. So let's get into
Chapter 4, Shadows Sleeping. Cold filled the common room of the inn, despite the fire blazing on the long stone hearth. Perrin rubbed his hands before the flames, but he could get no warmth in them. There was an odd comfort in the cold, though, as if it were a shield. A shield against what? He could not think. Something murmured in the back of his mind, a dim sound only vaguely heard, scratching to get in. So you will give it up, then. It is the best thing for you. Come, sit, and we will talk. Perrin turned to look at the speaker. The round tables scattered about the room were empty, except for the lone man seated in a corner in the shadows. The rest of the room seemed in some way hazy, almost an impression rather than a place, especially anything he was not looking at directly. He glanced back at the fire. It burned on a brick hearth now. Somehow, none of it bothered him. It should. But he could not have said why. The man beckoned, and Perrin walked closer to his table. A square table. The tables were square. Frowning, he reached out to finger the tabletop, but pulled his hand back. There were no lamps in that corner of the room, and despite the light elsewhere, the man and his table were almost hidden, nearly blended with the dimness. Perrin had a feeling that he knew the man, but it was as vague as what he saw out of the corner of his eye. The fellow was in his middle years, handsome and too well dressed for a country inn, in dark, nearly black velvets with white lace falls at his collar and cuffs. He sat stiffly, sometimes pressing a hand to his chest as if moving hurt him. His dark eyes were fixed on Perrin's face. They appeared like glistening points in the shadows. "Give up what?" Perrin asked. "That, of course." The man nodded to the axe at Perrin's waist. He sounded surprised, as if it were a conversation they had had before, an old argument taken up again. Perrin had not realized the axe was there, had not felt the weight of it pulling at his belt.
I love this.
He ran a hand over the half-moon blade and the thick spike that balanced it. The steel felt solid. More solid than anything else there. Maybe even more solid than he was himself. He kept his hand there to hold on to something real. "I have thought of it," he said. "But I do not think I can. Not yet. Not yet." The inn seemed to flicker, and the murmur sounded again in his head. "No." The murmur faded. "No?" The man smiled, a cold smile. "You are a blacksmith, boy, and a good one, from what I hear. Your hands were made for a hammer, not an axe. Made to make things, not to kill. Go back to that before it is too late." Perrin found himself nodding.
Bruh.
"Yes, but I'm Taviran." He had never said that out loud before. But he knows it already. He was sure of that, though he could not say why. For an instant, the man's smile became a grimace, but then it returned, in more strength than before.
Bro! So good. So good, yo. Like, so good. It's like, on one hand, he's giving really, really good advice. He sounds like he was really caring about him. But on the other hand, it's a little creepy, isn't it? I don't know. Something just rubbed me the wrong way. I don't know. I just was like, I don't know. It's like, yeah, bro, like, your hands are made to create, not destroy. Like, what a good thing to say. But why don't I trust you? You know what I mean? Like in theory, you should be correct, but for some reason, I just don't trust it. You know? Yo, like, what? Like, bro, this is just crazy. Yeah, crazy. Parent, I love the parent dream walk. And then bro later even says, oh, he says it right here actually.
A cold strength. There are ways to change things, boy. Ways to avoid even fate. Sit, and we will talk of them. The shadows appeared to shift and thicken, to reach out. Perrin took a step back, keeping well in the light. I don't think so. At least have a drink with me to years past and years to come. Here, you will see things more clearly after.
Bruh, no. As soon as you start, no. What do you mean I'll see things more clearly right now? Who are you, Satan? Like, bruh, get out of here. Get out of here. Let's see. As we continue down, though, the thing we have some amazing in-universe metaphors being used as well.
Startled, he turned back to the room.
Oh,
it was empty.
Not here we go, but
only a dream, he thought, shivering from the cold. And with that, everything shifted. He stared into the mirror, a part of him not comprehending what he saw, another part accepting. A gilded helmet worked like a lion's head sat on his head as if it belonged there. Gold leaf covered his ornately hammered breastplate, and gold work embellished the plate and mail on his arms and legs. Only the axe at his side was plain. A voice, his own, whispered in his mind that he would take it over any other weapon, had carried it 1,000 times in 100 battles.
This whole chapter is freaking crazy.
He wanted to take it off and throw it away. I can't. There was a sound in his head, louder than a murmur, almost at the level of understanding. A man destined for glory. He spun away from the mirror and found himself staring at the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. He noticed nothing else about the room, cared to see nothing but her. Her eyes were pools of midnight, her skin creamy pale and surely softer, more smooth than her dress of white silk. When she moved toward him, his mouth went dry. He realized that every other woman he had ever seen was clumsy and ill-shaped. He shivered and wondered why he felt cold. A man should grasp his destiny with both hands, she said, smiling.
Hey, yo.
It was almost enough to warm him, that smile. She was tall, less than a hand short of being able to look him in the eyes. Silver combs held hair darker than a raven's wing. A broad belt of silver links banded a waist he could have encircled with his hands. Yes, he whispered. Inside him, startlement fought with acceptance. He had no use for glory. But when she said it, he wanted nothing else. I mean... The murmuring sound dug at his skull. No! It was gone, and for a moment, so was acceptance. Almost. He put a hand to his head, touched the golden helmet, took it off. I don't think I want this. It is not mine. Don't want it? She laughed. What man with blood in his veins would not want glory? As much glory as if you had sounded the horn of Valia. I don't.
Bruh, the way they tempt them, the way they're tempting, it's like, yo, okay. And at this point, I was like, so everyone is forsaken. That's around. Everyone that he sees in a dream is a forsaken. Got it. Like, because, gee, like, what the hell? Why is everything going, like, absolutely negative, like, in the worst way possible?
Don't. He said, though a piece of him shouted that he lied. The horn of Valia. The horn rang out and the wild charge began. Death rode at his shoulder, and yet she waited ahead, too. His lover died all the heroes of legend. I am no hero. You don't know the half of what you are, of what you can be. Come, share a cup with me.
Bruh.
To destiny and
all
glory.
you gotta do is drink from the cup.
There was a shining silver
Just
cup in
take
her
a
hand,
sip. Like,
filled
bruh,
with blood-red
no
wine.
way.
Drink. He stared at the cup,
Just
frowning.
drink it.
There was something familiar about it. A growling chewed at his brain. No.
Bruh.
He fought away from it, refusing to listen. No. She held out the golden cup to him. Drink.
Drink. Like, no big deal. It's no big deal. Just drink from the cup. What's the issue? You know? Like, no worries. Why are you tripping? Just take a little sip, bruh. Just drink it. Like, bro, whoa. Stranger danger.
Dreams. Stillness. He lowered his arms. He was back in his own coat and breeches again. Sturdy and well-made, if plain. Suitable garb for a blacksmith, or any countryman. Yet he barely noticed them. He stood on a low-railed bridge of stone, arching from one wide flat-topped stone spire to another. Spires that rose from depths too far for even his eyes to penetrate. The light would have been dim to any other eyes, and he could not make out from where it came. It just was. Everywhere he looked, left and right, up or down, were more bridges, more spires, and railless ramps. There seemed no end to them, no pattern. Worse, some of those ramps climbed to spire tops that had to be directly above the ones they had left. Splashing water echoed, the sound seeming to come from everywhere at once. He shivered with cold. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he caught a motion, and without thinking he crouched behind the stone railing.
Bruh.
There was danger in being seen. He did not know why, but he knew it was true, giving him a distinguished look, his dark green coat thickly embroidered with golden leaves. Gold work covered his belt and pouch, and gems sparkled on his dagger sheath, and golden fringe encircled his boot tops. Where had he come from? Another man started across the bridge from the other side, his appearance as sudden as the first man's. Black stripes ran down the puffy sleeves of his red coat, and pale lace hung thick at his collar and cuffs. His boots were so worked with silver that it was hard to see the leather.
Bruh, see, that's something that I definitely need to work on. 'Cause damn.
He was
Like,
shorter than the man he went to meet.
word painting is
More stocky,
insane.
with close-cropped hair as white as his lace. Age did not make him frail, though. He strode with the same arrogant strength the other man showed. The two of them approached each other warily, like two horse traders who know the other fellow has a spavined mare to sell, Perrin thought. The men began to talk. Perrin strained his ears, but he could not hear so much as a murmur above the splashing echoes. Frowns and glares, and sharp motions as if half on the point of striking. They did not trust one another. He thought they might even hate each other. He glanced up, searching for the woman.
Who are these people?
She was gone.
I have no idea.
When he looked back down, another man had joined the first two, and somehow, from somewhere, Perrin knew him with the vagueness of an old memory.
That's how I feel too,
in his middle
Perrin.
years, wearing nearly black velvet and white lace. An inn, Perrin thought. And
Like,
something before that.
is it,
Something a long time ago, it seemed.
oh my
But the memory would
God.
not come. The first
it
two men stood side by side
Bruh
now,
from,
made uncomfortable allies by the presence of the newcomer. He shouted at them and shook his fist while they shifted uneasily, refusing to meet
Okay.
his glares.
I think
If the
I
two
think
hated
I
each
know.
other, they
Hold
feared
on.
him more. His eyes.
I like this part. Hold
Perrin
on, hold on,
thought.
hold on, hold on.
What is strange about his eyes? The tall, dark man began to argue back, slowly at first, then with increasing fervour. The white-haired man joined in, and suddenly their temporary alliance broke. All three shouted at once, each at both of the others in turn. Abruptly, the man in dark velvet threw his arms wide, as if demanding an end to it, and an expanding ball of fire enveloped them, hid them, spreading out and out. Perrin threw his arms around his head and dropped behind the stone railing, huddling there as wind buffeted him and tore at his clothes. A wind as hot as fire. A wind that was fire. Even with his eyes shut, he could see it, flame billowing across everything, flame blowing through everything. The fiery gale roared through him, too. He could feel it, burning, tugging, trying to consume him and scatter the ashes. He yelled, trying to hang on to himself, knowing it was not enough. And between one heartbeat and the next, the wind was gone. There was no...
Between one heartbeat and the next, the wind was gone, baby. That is just, I love it, yo. I freaking love it. I freaking love it. I freaking love it. I freaking deacon love it, bro. Because holy, they are absolutely cooking. Like, absolutely cooking. All right, so... All right, hold on. We're almost done. We're almost done here.
And if he understood nothing of it, he stood the next. Utter stillness. The echoes of falling water were the only sound. Slowly, Perrin sat up, examining himself. His clothes were unsinged and whole. His exposed skin unburned. A shaggy grey wolf stood looking at him. No! He scrambled to his feet and ran. This is a dream, a nightmare. I want to wake up. If he understood nothing of it, he still knew it for a dream. For once, knowing changed nothing. Huge columns of polished redstone surrounded the open space where he stood beneath a domed ceiling 50 paces or more above his head. He and another man as big could not have encircled one of those columns with their arms. The floor was paved with great slabs of pale grey stone, hard yet worn by countless generations of feet. And centred beneath the dome was the reason why all those feet had come to this chamber. A sword, hanging hilt down in the air, apparently without support, seemingly where anyone could reach out and take it. It revolved slowly, as if some breath of air caught it. Yet it was not really a sword. It seemed made of glass, or perhaps crystal, blade and hilt and crossguard catching such light as there was and shattering it into 1,000 glitters and flashes. He walked toward it and put out his hand as he had done each time before. He clearly remembered doing it. The hilt hung there in front of his face, within easy reach. A foot from the shining sword, his hand splayed out against empty air as if it had touched stone. As he had known it would. He pushed harder, but he might as well have been shoving against a wall. The sword turned and sparkled, a foot away and as far out of reach as if on the other side of an ocean. Calendar. He was not certain whether the whisper came inside his head or out. It seemed to echo round the columns, as soft as the wind, everywhere at once, insistent. Calendar. Who wields me, wields destiny. Take me, and begin the final journey. He took a step back, suddenly frightened. That whisper had never come before. 4 times before he had had this dream. He could remember that even now. 4 nights, one after the other, and this was the first time anything had changed in it. The Twisted Ones come. It was a different whisper, from a source he knew, and he jumped as if a murdral had touched him. A wolf stood there among the columns, a mountain wolf, almost waist-high and shaggy white and grey. It stared at him intently with eyes as yellow as his own. The Twisted Ones come. No, Perrin rasped. No, I will not let you in. I will not. He clawed his way awake and sat up in his hut, shaking with fear and cold and anger. I will not, he whispered hoarsely. The Twisted Ones come. The thought was clear in his head, but the thought was not his own.
Bruh.
The Twisted Ones come, brother.
Oh my God. Bro, I love that chapter so much. I can't lie. Like, the dream sequences are absolutely fantastic. absolutely fantastic. And of course, this is book 3, so he's like, "Yo, we're throwing you straight into it right off the bat. Just get ready." And I freaking love that. This chapter right here is just, and the next chapter is another banger. Like I appreciate these chapters so much. Like that, I'm not gonna lie. That's why we're kind of focusing on them so heavy, because I really do love these first chapters, and then we can kind of because these chapters are crazy, bro. I love me some Perrin, yo. My guy Perrin is just, bro. He's insane with it. He's insane with it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Chapter 4 was a banger. So what does the scene with the sword remind you of? This. Yo. Um. um. I don't, bruh. No pattern. That's a shame. I love that guy. What? What are you talking about? Drink. This is seriously creepy. Creepy for real, Yahtzee. Like it is just like, yo, like God, like whoa, like dang. Like, bruh, like I can't get over that. How they're just like in his brain, like trying to take him over, trying to make him do these things. This is so nurturing and encouraging for real. Like for real though. The way the details in the dream keep changing always really stuck out to me as being a cool way to show it's a dream. Yeah, like things just shifting and changing from a blink of an eye or from one moment to the next definitely implements that dream sequence. Being able to see even if there's no light, for real. My guy Parent is just that guy though as well. Yeah, first appearance of Lanfear to Perrin, exactly. Which is crazy. It's crazy how he is going through some of the same things that Rand went through. And we find out later why that is, but it's just damn. I'm going to push you here. The place with the stone railings, does that sound familiar? The place with the stone railings. Stone railings. See, I don't know. I don't think the stone railings are sticking in my head. Out of all the things that I have in my brain, I'm trying to think of stone railings and nothing's coming up. The thing that I remember is the dark friend ball. I remember that for show, and that's where I initially thought some of these dudes uh were. You know what I mean? Stone bridges in the sky stacked on top of each other. Stone railings and bridges. I know you're trying to walk me to it, but for some reason my brain is just not connecting the dots. I'm sorry. I apologize. It's just my brain isn't. I'm trying to jumpstart it. That's what's happening to my brain right now. Um, because it's like I feel literally like how Perrin was like, bro, what? Hold on, I know this. What is this? What are we? Wait a minute. What? Wait a minute. Where did this come from? You know what I mean? That's how my brain is right now. But I feel like I'm just scratching. I'm scratching at the surface of it though. Like I can't. Hmm. The giant bridges in the sky. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just second guessing myself when I should just speak, but I don't think I don't want to do that though. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Help me. Help me jump start my brain. Yo, but chapter 4 was great. It had everything that I love. Dream sequences, of course, Perrin. The perspective events were amazing. And of course, your head, you're made for making hammers, not axes, or you're made for a hammer, not an axe. Like that's just yeah. That I love those moments right there. It was much darker in the waking world. Okay, so is that the same place that Rand was in his dream sequence when he had woken up? Okay, I remember that. So is this just basically like a shared dream? Is that one of the hints that this is Rand's dream that he's in? Is that what that is? Is that kind of connecting those dots in that kind of way? Because I remember Rand waking up and being like, "Oh, like, but this place is crazy, and there's pillars and shit everywhere." And then I'm pretty sure that's where him and maybe I'm connecting the wrong dots, but that's what I remember. That's what my brain is going to. Was that when he was like, "Nah, that can't be it, right? That's not it, is it?" No, I don't think so. I think my brain is failing me here, chat. This doesn't happen often, so you got to give me this one. Tell me. Don't ask them. Tell me. Tell me. Because I feel like I know, but my brain just isn't going to let me. Oh, see, bro. Yeah. Okay, then. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, that makes so much sense. That makes sense. I don't know why my brain wasn't. I thought of everything except the ways, actually, because it just didn't connect for me. I didn't think of the ways at all because I'm like, bro, nah, the ways wouldn't be in his dream like that, would it? Like, but at the same time, I was trying to connect it to other dream stuff or that sequence that we saw at the beginning of the book. Like, that's the only place my brain was going, literally. Like wow, yeah, okay. Hey, I gotta take an L every once in a while. You know what I mean? So I'll take it. I'll take that because that was my brain was not braining just now. Of course, it's the ways. Why? What the hell else would it be? Where else are there pillars that go into the darkness, bro? What am I doing? What am I doing? I need a nap. I need a coffee refill. I need a coffee refill. Yo, that's crazy. Okay, so the okay, so the okay, so so Calendar is in the this place is somewhere in the ways, yo? Is that what? Son? That's pretty crazy. I'm not gonna lie. Or is it just that the dream is showing it in that manner? Okay, I'm probably asking too many questions. Yeah, I was about to say, I'm probably asking too many questions. But yeah, chapter 4 was freaking fantastic. Chapter 5 is a freaking banger, though. The place with the columns has no bridges. Kind of seems like two locations. And that's where my brain was like, I don't know. So the place with the columns and the place with the bridge. Okay, I got you. I understand. things were shifting quickly, and I guess I missed one of the shifts because I thought the place with the stone bridges also had the columns. But now I understand why that's not that, because it definitely is 2 locations. I got you, chat. Yeah, I got that calendar as Excalibur for sure. And it also reminded me of, I have the... You know what I mean? Like He-Man. Like, that's the vibe that I got from it. You know what I mean? That was definitely the vibe. Mm. Yeah, that's the vibe for sure. Okay, let's see. All right, let's get into it. Bruh. Here we go, baby. This is it. Let's get into it. It's time to get into
Chapter 5. Nightmares Walking.
I am a
Leaping from his bed,
walking.
Perrin snatched his axe and ran outside, barefoot and wearing nothing but thin linen, heedless of the cold. The moon bathed the clouds with pale white. More than enough light for his eyes, more than enough to see the shapes slipping through the trees from all sides, shapes almost as big as Loyal, but with faces distorted by muzzles and beaks, half-human heads wearing horns and feathered crests, stealthy forms, stalking on hooves or paws as often as booted feet. He opened his mouth to shout warning, and suddenly the door of Moraine's hut burst open, and Lan dashed out, sword in hand, and shouting, "Trollocs! Wake for your lives! Trollocs!" Shouts answered him as men began to tumble from their huts, garbed for sleep, which for most meant not at all, but with swords ready. With a bestial roar, the Trollocs rushed forward to be met with steel and cries of "Shana!" and "The Dragon Reborn!" Lan was fully clothed. Perrin would have bet the warder had not slept, and he flung himself among the Trollocs as if his wool were armour. He seemed to dance from one to another, man and sword flowing like water or wind, and where the warder danced, Trollocs screamed and died. Moraine was out in the night as well, dancing her own dance among the Trollocs. Her only apparent weapon was a switch, but where she slashed a Trolloc, a line of flame grew on its flesh. Her free hand threw fiery balls summoned from thin air, and Trollocs howled as flames consumed them, thrashing on the ground. An entire tree burst into flame from root to crown, then another and another. Trollocs shrieked at the sudden light, but they did not stop swinging their spiked axes and swords curved like scythes. Abruptly, Perrin saw Leia step hesitantly out of Moraine's cabin, halfway around the bowl from him, and all thought of anything else left him. The Tuatha'an woman pressed her back against the log wall, a hand to her throat. The light from the burning trees showed him the pain and horror, the loathing on her face as she watched the carnage. "Hide!" Perrin shouted at her. "Get back inside and hide!" The swelling roar of fighting and dying swallowed his words. He ran toward her. "Hide, Leia! For the love of the light, hide!" A Trolloc loomed up over him, a cruelly hooked beak where its mouth and nose should have been. Black mail and spikes covered it from shoulder to knees, and it moved on hawk's talons as it swung one of those strangely curved swords.
Bro,
it smelled of sweat and dirt
what?
and blood. Perrin crouched under the slash, shouting wordlessly as he struck out with his axe. He knew he should have been afraid,
I hope we get some
but
more
urgency
types of
suppressed
Trollocs.
fear. All that mattered was that he had
3,
to reach Leia, had to get her to safety, and the Trolloc was in the way. The Trolloc fell, roaring and
so many
kicking.
different species.
Perrin did not know
book.
where he had hit it, or if it were dying or merely hurt. He leaped over it, where it lay thrashing, and ran scrambling up the slope. Burning trees cast lurid shadows across the small valley. A flickering shadow beside Moraine's hut suddenly resolved into a Trolloc, goat-snouted and horned. Gripping a wildly spiked axe with both hands, it seemed on the point of rushing down into the fray, when its eyes fell on Leia. "No!" Perrin shouted. "Light, no!" Rocks skittered away under his bare feet. He did not feel the bruises. The Trolloc's axe rose. "Leia!" At the last instant, the Trolloc spun, axe flashing toward Perrin. He threw himself down, yelling as steel scored his back. Desperately, he flung out a hand, caught a goat hoof, and pulled with all his strength. The Trolloc's feet came out from under it, and it fell with a crash. But as it slid down the slope, it seized Perrin in hands big enough to make two of his, pulling him along to roll over and over. The stink of it filled his nostrils, goat stench and sour man sweat. Massive arms snaked around his chest, squeezing the air out. His ribs creaked on the point of breaking. The Trollocs' axe was gone in the fall, but blunt goat teeth sank into Perrin's shoulder, powerful jaws chewing. He groaned as pain jolted down his left arm. His lungs laboured for breath, and blackness crept in on the edges of his vision. But dimly, he was aware that his other arm was free, that somehow he had held onto his own axe. He held it, short on the handle like a hammer, with the spike foremost. With a roar that took the last of his air, he drove the spike into the Trolloc's temple. Soundlessly, it convulsed, limbs flinging wide, hurling him away. By instinct alone, his hand tightened on the axe, ripping it loose as the Trolloc slid further down the slope, still twitching. For a moment, Perrin lay there, fighting for breath. The gash across his back burned, and he felt the wetness of blood. His shoulder protested as he pushed himself up. Leia? She was still there, huddled in front of the hut, not more than 10 paces upslope, and watching him with such a look on her face that he could barely meet her eyes. Don't pity me, he growled at her. Don't you... The Murdral's leap from the roof of the hut seemed to take too long, and its dead black cloak hung during the slow fall as if the halfman was standing on the ground already. Its eyeless gaze was fixed on Perrin. It smelled like death. Cold seeped through Perrin's arms and legs as the Murdral stared at him.
Held his axe like a hammer.
Like a lump of ice. Leia, he whispered. It was all he could do not to run. Leia, please hide. Please. The half-man started toward him, slowly, confident that fear held him in a snare. It moved like a snake, unlimbering a sword so black only the burning trees made it visible. Cut one leg off the tripod, it said softly, and all fall down. Its voice sounded like dry, rotted leather crumbling. Suddenly, Leia moved, throwing herself forward, attempting to wrap her arms around the Murdral's legs. It gave an almost casual backward swing of its dark sword, never even looking around, and she crumpled. Tears started in the corners of Perrin's eyes. I should have helped her, saved her. I should have done something.
You just know that moment is exactly like what they were trying to do the whole thing for his wife from, you know? Because, like, damn, bro, the way that he's just, like, so just distraught by that moment, the way he's just so completely... Oh, bro.
But so long as the Murdral stared at him with its eyeless gaze, it was an effort
sad,
even to think. We come, brother. We come, young bull.
Let's go,
the
young
words
bull!
Inside his mind made his head ring like a struck bell. The reverberations shivered through him. With the words came the wolves, scores of them, flooding into his mind as he was aware of them flooding into the bowl-shaped valley. Mountain wolves almost as tall as a man's waist, all white and grey, coming out of the night at the run, aware of the two legs' surprise as they darted in to take on the twisted ones. Wolves filled him till he could barely remember being a man. His eyes gathered the light, shining golden yellow, and the half-man stopped its advance as if suddenly uncertain. Fade, Perrin said roughly, but then a different name came to him from the wolves.
The
Trollocs.
Tripod.
The twisted
totally
ones made during the War of the Shadow
Yo,
from
I
melding men and
also
animals
was
were bad
like,
enough.
why did they say
But the
tripod? When I first read it, I was
Nevermore.
like, tripod,
Young
bro,
bull
what?
spat,
Hold on.
lip
And I was
curling
like,
back in a
maybe it
snarl.
doesn't mean
He threw
what we
himself at
think
the
it
Murdral.
means.
It moved like a viper, sinuous and deadly, black sword quick as lightning.
Nevermore.
But he was young bull. That was what the wolves called him. Young bull, with horns of steel that he wielded with his hands. He was one with the wolves. He was a wolf, and any wolf would die 100 times over to see one of the Neverborn go down.
Bruh.
The Fade fell back before him, its darting blade now trying to deflect his slashes. Hamstring and throat, that was how wolves killed. Young bull suddenly threw himself to one side and dropped to a knee,
I love how he
slicing across the back
becomes
of the
young
half-man's
bull
knee.
for this entire
It screamed,
sequence.
a bone-burrowing sound to raise his hair at any other time, and fell, catching itself with one hand. The half-man,
My margin
the
is so
Neverborn,
Perrin
still
basically
held
goes
its sword
Hulk.
firmly, but before it could set
Because,
itself,
you know, when
young
Banner
bull's
is Hulk,
axe struck
it's not
again.
Banner anymore.
Half
It's now
severed,
Hulk.
the
And
Murdral's
that's
head
basically what's
flopped over
happening here.
to hang down its
He's
back.
young bull,
Yet
bro.
still leaning there on one
Straight
hand,
chop
the
Br's
Neverborn
head
slashed
off.
wildly with its sword. Neverborn were always long in dying. From the wolves as much as his own eyes, young bull received impressions of Trollocs thrashing on the ground, shrieking, untouched by wolf or man. Those would have been linked to this Murdral, and would die when it did.
crazy world building continues, finding out that the Mandrels are basically Wi-Fi connected to the Trollocs, and that's how they are able to be so coordinated.
No one killed them
like,
first.
that's crazy.
He urged to rush down the slope and join his brothers.
Like,
Join in
me?
killing the Twisted Ones, in hunting the remaining Neverborn, was strong. But a buried fragment that was still man
Neverborn,
remembered.
Twisted Ones, like, way better
He dropped his
names than
axe
Trollocs
and
and
turned her over
Mandrels.
gently. Blood covered her face, and her eyes stared up at him, glazed with death. An accusing stare, it seemed to him. "I tried," he told her. "I tried to save you." Her stare did not change. "What else could I have done? It would have killed you if I hadn't killed it. Come, young bull. Come kill the Twisted Ones." Wolf rolled over him, enveloped him. Letting Leia back down, Perrin took up his axe, blade gleaming wetly. His eyes shone as he raced down the rocky slope. He was young bull. Trees scattered around the bowl-shaped valley burned like torches. A tall pine flared into flame as young bull joined the battle. The night air flashed actinic blue, like sheet lightning, as Lan engaged another Madral, ancient Aes Sedai-made steel, meeting black steel wrought in Thakandar, in the shadow of Sheol Ghul. Loyal wielded a quarterstaff the size of a fence rail, the whirling timber marking a space no Trolloc entered without falling. Men fought desperately in the dancing shadows, but young bull, Perrin, noted in a distant way that too many of the Shinaran two-legs were down.
Bruh, like, and I love the way it starts going back and forth. Shinar and two legs. Like, he, as young bull, Perrin, like, as he's coming out of it, all of the, everything starts reverting back to what it was before. Like, that is freaking awesome. All of this terminology, like, the way the word painting is being directly correlated to what character we're watching, their perspective at the moment, and like the universe surrounding them. Like, that is the best way that we could get these like metaphors, we could get these lore drops or anything, because it just does. It's like, damn, this is like, we're really cooking right now. Like, that's all I know. Like, we are absolutely cooking to the 30th degree, bro. Like I love it. I love it. Is that the end of the action
The brothers
sequence?
and sisters fought in small packs of 3 or 4,
Here we go.
dodging scythe-like swords and spiked axes, darting in with slashing teeth to sever hamstrings, lunging to bite out throats as their prey fell. There was no honor in the way they fought, no glory, no mercy. They had not come for battle, but to kill.
Bruh, I love it, yo. The shout out to the Wolf brothers, yo. They're going crazy. And I love how Lan even shouts him out, like, you fought well. You fought well, Blacksmith. Everyone's just staring at him like, holy, did bruh just really do that? Like, and then after we go through all of this, who else but Rand is, having a midlife crisis, having a major panic attack. But the thing, because he feels he effectively didn't do anything while everyone else was fighting and people were dying. And I disagree highly, because the trees that he set on fire on accident were actually very like pivotal to what was happening in the other battle. Like, when they explode, everyone else still fighting. It illuminates the battlefield for them to be able to see and for them to be able to fight. So I think he kind of sleeps on himself as to how much he actually helped here, because it was the middle of the night and everyone would have been just fighting Trollocs and Mandral in the dead of night without being able to see as soon as they wake up. So again, I don't think he realizes that what he did was actually very beneficial to most of the regular ass dudes there, being able to literally kill them. You know what I mean? Like, they wouldn't have been able to fight without being able to see. Like, bro, like, all the way around, everything works because everyone plays their part without being able to realize that. So it's like, Rand, you got to get out of this. You got to get out of this, you know what I mean, imposter syndrome that you're feeling, bro. You are the Dragon Reborn. You've claimed it as so. So just embrace it and let's keep it moving, you know? And then it was really dope. It was also super dope when, after all of this goes down and Perrin is like watching the rest of his wolf brothers go through and literally just tear shit up left and right. Like they're just taking out the twisted ones until there's absolutely none left. They're just going for them, boom, 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 and then as what was her name? Moon. Am I tweaking? Did that happen later? No, like that happens right here, right? I can't think of her. I don't know why I don't see it. I thought I wrote her name down. Moon Rain? Moon? Was it not Moon? Morning Mist. Morning Mist. I knew it was something. Moon Rain. I, I'm talking about. Morning Mist. I love the way that he sees through Morning Mists and how she like climbs out of all of the other ones. Like, bro, crazy, crazy. Like, young Bull snarls as his first brother died, its death pain lancing him. Yet the others closed in, and more brothers and sisters died. But snapping jaws dragged the Neverborn down. It fought back with its own teeth now, ripping out throats, slashing with its fingers that sliced skin and flesh like the hard claws of the two legs. What? Like, bruh. A lone sister heaved herself out of the twitching pile and staggered to one side. Morning Mist raised her head and howled to the cloud-hidden moon, mourning her dead. Young Bull threw back his head and howled with her, mourned with her. Like, oh, bro, let's go. And then he's like, bro, you fought well. Like, let's go. You fought well. Then he's like, bro, don't skin none of the wolves. They fought with us. They helped us. You bury them with the rest of our dead. And then Moiraine comes back and heals every single wolf that's still alive and hurt. Like, bro, come on. That shit is awesome, bro. I was damn near about to start howling when I was reading this, bro. What do you mean? Like, that's that is awesome, yo. Like that is going on. Like, that's awesome for real. So I just love it, man. I love it, yo. This what is this? Chapter 5? Chapter 5 of the Dragon Reborn is just fire, bro. They did such a good job with it here. I'm not gonna lie to you, yo. Like, woo-hoo. Oh man. Oh man. Yeah, this shit was action packed and blood filled. It really filled in a lot of the gaps for the wolf lore. And of course, we get a lot more about Perrin, aka Young Bull. Like, damn, bruh, it's just beautiful. And again, like I said at the top of it, the action, the gore, the whatever it may be, is so cinematic. It takes over the entirety of the scene. It takes over for just everything, bro. Like, it's just so powerful. So powerful. And again, Rand got to get up out of his brain. Even better, Lan is actively distracting everyone from how weird Perrin acted and gives them another reason for Perrin's behavior. Yeah, that's very true. That's very true too. Like, the pivoting was phenomenal. Like, the pivoting was phenomenal. He is a real one. I agree. This is my favorite chapter of 1 through 12. The wolves narrative is so visceral. I agree. I agree with you completely. I love, like, chapter 4 was amazing and I really loved it. And then chapter 5 happened and I was like, oh baby, oh baby, like, bro, this chapter was amazing and I wanted to know so much more about him. You know what I mean? I wanted to know so much more about him. So, like, damn, definitely wanted to know so much more about him. I'm happy that we got to. So what's up with the tripod? Let's break that down, Marisu. Tell me more. Tell me more, and then we can move on after that. Or do you not want to break that down? Look at that, and here you come. So back to the tripod. It appears the Dark is just as concerned about Perrin as they are about Rand. Okay. And that makes a lot of sense because of course we were talking about that. We talked about earlier, even in the first book, they weren't sure if they were after Rand, Perrin, or you know what I mean, or Matt. So that makes so much sense, yo. Tripod is crazy. See, I love the way they take things that we know about and turn them into something different. Good use of that. Oh, the Corinthian cycle. That's what I wanted to talk about too. The blood of the dragon reborn on the rocks of of Shao Ghul will free mankind from the shadow. Isn't that what the prophecies of the dragon say? Who told you that? I love that. Uh So I love the way the Marine says, not all in the Corinthian cycle can be taken at its face. For everything it says straight out, there are 10 that could mean 100 different things. Do you think you know anything, all of what must be, even if someone has told you the whole of the prophecies? Like, bro, what? Like, bro, you don't know shit, young boy. You a little boy. And then I love the way that Lan looks at him and he's like, oh, wait, hold on. No. This is the next chapter. Okay, yeah. Yeah, but Lan looks at him and he's like, yo, pull yourself together. The whole world rides on your shoulders. Remember you're a man and do what needs to be done. And then he's like, all right, that's it, bro. Like, bro, hell yeah. Hell yeah. It shows how desperate the pattern is. A chosen one isn't enough. They need 3 this time. That's true. That's true. They're like, hey, bro, we need to have a backup for the backup for the backup. So just in case, just in case, just in case. And I kind of understand why Matt took a back seat in the show because bruh's been knocked out for a while in the book. Like they just been dragging my G around. I don't know how long that's going to be going on for, but he's been not with it all the way. He pulled up, blew the horn, was ready for that action, and then it was donezo. You know what I mean? Like he was out of commission, came back into commission, and then went out of commission again. And it was like, damn, bro, poor guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, geez. Yeah, like that. That is definitely sad. All right. So those are definitely my favorite those are my favorite chapters right there. So now we can move a little bit more briskly. I think we can move a little bit more briskly. There's a couple of highlights here, but for these next couple of chapters we can move a little bit more briskly unless you guys want to highlight a certain thing because some of these chapters are just a lot of dialogue. And it's not everything. No, some of these chapters, I'm not gonna lie, after about chapter 7, wait, 5, 6, no, after about chapter 7, Yes. After chapter 7, everything after that and 8. Well, really after 8, I think. Maybe after 9. Everything with Egwene and Nynaeve was just like, bruh. Like, that shit was crazy. I was like, bruh, come on, G. What are we doing? Bruh, the girls was, bruh. Yo, Nynaeve, Egwene, and Elaine was tripping. And I love how patient Baron was with them. So I'm excited to kind of get to that. But again, it was just kind of like, whatever. Not whatever in that way, but it was just like, bruh, they're tripping, bro. But in the meantime and in between time, let's move on to
Chapter 6. The hunt begins.
Yo, I love it. I did not expect to get even more Perrin. I'm like, bro, this is like, we're getting even more Perrin. Let's move. Let's get this shit cracking. You know, I love the way that we're getting it. Like, we're getting a lot of it, man. And then as soon as we, you know, as soon as Perrin wakes up, we find out that Rand is gone. He is gone up out of there, man. He left and he was not playing around. He was like, bruh, I gotta get up out of here, bro. He was like, I gotta get up out of there. And all of the Shienarans, everybody was like losing their minds. Masema was losing his freaking mind. I love it. Masema was like, why did the Lord Dragon abandon us? And then he said, what sin did we commit? And then Perrin, thinking on his feet, is like, sin? What are you talking about? Why ever Rand left has nothing to do with what you did or didn't do. And he's like, and then he's like, Masema, whatever the Lord Dragon did, it was according to his plan. The Lord Dragon would not abandon us. Like, bro, like, he was like, well, if I was in his place, would I abandon y'all? Like, bro, I love how Perrin is like really locked in. And I love how he really steps up and he continues to step up time and time again. The same way Perrin was forced to step up time and time again. So I'm like, bruh, yes, like, give me more of that. Give me so much more. They talk about, I love the way that Moiraine talks about Masema as well. Even Moiraine knows that Masema is a little bit, you know, he's a little bit fangirly and stir crazy over Rand and the Dragon Reborn stuff. We even find that out later once we get to that like dream sequence of things going on. Like I think that was pretty funny. Um Oh, I also really love Loyal and how he's Loyal. Loyal being scared of Moiraine and the Aes Sedai is hilarious to me. I'm not gonna lie. I was literally rolling every time that man opened his mouth about the Aes Sedai. I don't know why it was so funny to me, but it was. He was like, bruh, well, you know, you're not supposed to talk back to the Aes Sedai. Well, you know, you should never not do anything to Aes Sedai. Well, you know, Aes Sedai should really be listened to it all the time. Well, you know, like, bro, he had me really rolling over here. I was like, bro, Loyal is hella funny, man. Loyal is hella funny. Oh, bruh. But, you know, but we also find out Rand left a note. I didn't think he was going to leave a note, but he did.
No other way. The Ogier's ears jerked, and he frowned worriedly until his long eyebrows hung down on his cheeks.
I did not know what he was planning. I didn't.
We know that, Min said. No one is accusing you of anything, Loyal. Moiraine frowned at the paper, but she did not try to stop Perrin from reading. It was in Rand's hand. What I do because there is no other way. He is hunting me again, and this time one of us has to die, I think. There is no need for those around me to die also. Too many have died for me already. I do not want to die either, and will not if I can manage it. There are lies in dreams. and death. But dreams hold truth, too.
There are lies in dreams
That was all.
and death, but
With no
dreams
signature.
hold truth too.
There was no need for Perrin to wonder who Rand meant by he. For Rand, for all of them, there could be only one. Ba'alzamon.
Bruh, like the weaving, I know I say it, but the weaving together is magnanimously fantabulous. Because goddamn, bruh, I love it. Like, it's just so good, bruh. It's so good. And then we find out that, you know, there's a little bit more about those dreams than meets the eye, but we know that. But now that everyone else starts to really realize how true that holds.
Always dream of the
Yet these are given equal weight. Cariathan cycle has his birth on the slopes of Dragon Mountain.
Acknowledge him as the dragon.
Perhaps. The word floated from the Aes Sedai's lips like a shard of ice on still water.
Perhaps.
Go on. Okay, maybe it was like right here.
Stared straight at Moraine, but his real eye blinked and wavered.
I dream about about swords all the time, Moraine said I.
Yeah.
He said stiffly.
Okay.
I suppose I've dreamed about a sword the last few nights. I don't remember my dreams the way Lord Perrin here does.
Moraine said, Loyal.
My dreams are always the same, Moraine said I. The groves, and the great trees, and the steading. We Ogier always dream of the steading when we are away from them.
The Aes Sedai turned back to Perrin.
It was just a dream,
he said.
Nothing but a dream.
I doubt it, she said. You describe the hall called the Heart of the Stone, in the fortress called the Stone of Tyr, as if you had stood in it. And the shining sword is Kalandor, the sword that is not a sword, the sword that cannot be touched. Loyal sat up straight, bumping his head on the roof. He did not seem to notice.
The prophecies of the dragon say the Stone of Tyr will never fall till Kalandor is wielded by the dragon's hand. The fall of the Stone of Tyr will be one of the greatest signs of the dragon's rebirth. If Rand holds Kalandor, the whole world must acknowledge him as the dragon.
Perhaps. The word floated from the Aes Sedai's lips like a shard of ice on still water.
Perhaps,
Perrin said.
Perhaps. I thought that was the final sign, the last thing to fulfill your prophecies.
Neither the first nor the last, Moraine said. Kalandor will be but one fulfillment of the Cariathan cycle, as his birth on the slopes of Dragon Mount was the first. He has yet to break the nations or shatter the world. Even scholars who have studied the prophecies for their entire lives do not know how to interpret them all. What does it mean that he shall slay his people with the sword of peace and destroy them with the leaf? What does it mean that he shall bind the 9 moons to serve him? Yet these are given equal weight with Kalandor in the cycle. There are others. What wounds of madness and cutting of hope has he healed? What chains has he broken, and who put into chains? And some are so obscure that he may already have fulfilled them, although I am not aware of it. But no, Kalandor is far from the end of it.
Bruh, like, bro, what? What? There's so much going on. Like, there's so much going on. Okay. Yeah, there's just so much going on. This chapter is crazy. Like 4, 5, and 6 was a crazy back to back to back to back. Like I was a little overwhelmed.
Looking as if he would
I
rather
was
be
like,
anywhere
oh
else.
shit.
And Loyal's ears wilted. Perrin was too tired and too hungry to care whether he showed proper respect for an Aes Sedai, and too angry as well, he realized.
Why?
Moraine answered calmly. Aes Sedai learn to shield their dreams. I do it without thinking when I sleep. Warders are given something much the same in the bonding. The Gaidin could not do what they must if the shadow could steal into their dreams. We are all vulnerable when we sleep, and the shadow is strong in the night.
There's always something new from you,
Perrin growled.
Can't you tell us what to expect once in a while, instead of explaining after it happens?
Uno looked as though he was trying to think of a reason to leave. Moraine gave Perrin a flat look. You want me to share a lifetime of knowledge with you in a single afternoon? Or even a single year? I will tell you this. Be wary of dreams, Perine Bara. Be very wary of dreams.
Bro, bro, it just rocks, bro. I'm here for it. And then we also, before this, we actually see the Min and Moiraine kind of have this bond with each other. Like, and that's something we definitely don't see too much of, is that kind of more quote unquote motherly kind of side from Moiraine in the show. Because we do see her do certain she's much more nurturing in the books than she is in the show. Like, she does do some nurturing things, but like her healing all the wolves and all these other things that we've seen her do so far, much more nurturing. So I'm hoping that maybe we see a little more of that side from her in this next season as well. Because God, you know what I mean? God, this is pretty insane. Yeah, it's definitely pretty insane.
He pulled his eyes away from hers. I am, he murmured. I am. After that, silence. And no one. Lan returned, and Moraine straightened eagerly. If he has rediscovered some talent from the Age of Legends. Dreaming of swords, the last 4 nights running. Some remember a place with great columns, and 5 say the sword was crystal or glass. Massima says he saw Rand holding it last night. That one would, Moraine said.
That one would.
She rubbed her hands together briskly. She seemed suddenly full of energy. Now I am certain. Though I still wish I knew how he left here unseen. If he has rediscovered some talent from the Age of Legends. Lan looked at Uno, and the one-eyed man shrugged in dismay. I bloody forgot, with all this flaming talk about He cleared his throat, shooting a glance at Moraine. She looked back expectantly, and he went on. I mean, that is, I followed the Lord Dragon's tracks. There's another way into that closed valley now. The earthquake brought down the far wall. It's a hard climb, but you can get a horse up it. I found more tracks at the top, and there's an easy way from there around the mountain. He let out a long breath when he was done. Good, Moraine said.
It's hilarious how Bruh has to struggle to just talk normally.
At least he has not rediscovered how to fly, or make himself invisible, or something else out of legend. We must follow him without delay.
What? The fly? Invisible? Teleport? What did you just say? You know what I mean? Bruh. Mr. Jordan, sir. What do you mean? You can't just say that and then just start talking about other stuff. What? Bro, excuse me? Bro, I couldn't believe it when I read that the first time. I was like, bro, this is insane. I love the fact that I mean, I don't know what this one means, but Loyal being terrified of Ice to die. I wrote that down. Oh, and then I wrote down Min's vision here. How she saw an Aielman in a cage. So, when she looks at him, she said, this was awesome. She said, what do you see when you look at him? So we get a little bit more world building. We get more understanding behind a completely different magic system yet again, with that being Min's, and finding out that Min can only see the future of those who are human beings. She doesn't see anything around Loyal because he's an Ogier. So she said, I think it only works on humans, but I've seen things around you that you ought to know. She says that once he made a decision back there, everything changed about his journey so it showed her something different. So she saw an Aielman in a cage, a Tuatha'an with a sword, a falcon, and a hawk perching on his shoulders, both female, and all the rest, of course. Which is, the darkness swirling around him, and he's like, all right, too much, TMI, I don't want to know none of that. I don't want to know none of that, Like, I don't want to know any of those things. Like, get me out of here. And then she also tells him, if you meet a woman, the most beautiful woman you've ever seen, run. And she's like, bro, I don't want you. I don't like you like that. I love you like a brother. I'm just telling you, if you don't remember anything else that I just told you, remember to run the hell away if you see the most beautiful woman you have ever seen. And it's like, bro, Lanfear is definitely about to pull up on Demon Time. And yeah, like I think Marisu, you said, Min is like a walking teaser trailer, literally. Oh, damn. And yeah, I like that in chapter 6. Masima is kind of going all religious. Let's reinforce that. Yeah, that's true. He is going very religious with it. He's even calling him the Lord Dragon and all of these things. Definitely making the matter much more a much more religious matter, taking him to more of a deity type of status for sure. I agree with that. Colander, I use that to drain my noodles. Marisu, yo. I missed you. Moiraine is very warm and nurturing when you show respect to her, way more than other Aes Sedai would be. Yeah, that's very true. That's very, very true, actually. All right, let's keep it pushing with...
Chapter 7. The Way Out of the Mountains. The way down out of the mountains was hard, but the lower they went, the less Perrin needed his fur-lined cloak. Hour by hour they rode out of the tailings of winter and into the first days of spring. The last remnants of snow vanished, and grasses and wildflowers, white maiden's hope and pink jump-up, began to cover the high meadows they crossed. Trees appeared more often, with more leaves, and grasslarks and robins sang in the branches. And there were wolves, never in sight. Not even Lan mentioned seeing one, but Perrin knew. He kept his mind firmly closed to them, yet now and again a feather-light tickle at the back of his mind reminded him they were there. Lan spent most of his time scouting their path on his black warhorse, Mandarb, following Rand's tracks as the rest of them followed the signs the warder left for them. An arrow of stones laid out on the ground, or one lightly scratched in the rock wall of a forking pass. Turn this way. Cross that saddle pass. Take this switchback, this deer trail, this way through the trees and down along a narrow stream, even though there is nothing to indicate anyone has ever gone that way before. Nothing but land signs. A tuft of grass or weeds tied one way to say bear left, another for bear right, a bent branch, a pile of pebbles for a rough climb ahead, 2 leaves caught on a thorn for a steep descent. The warder had 100 signs, it seemed to Perrin, and Moraine knew them all. Lan rarely came back, except when they made camp, to confer with Moraine quietly away from the fire. When the sun rose, most often he was hours gone already. Moraine was always first into the saddle after him, while the eastern sky was just turning pink. The Aes Sedai would not have climbed down from Aldib, her white mare, until full dark or later, except that Lan refused to track further once the light began to fail. "We'll go even slower if a horse breaks a leg," the warder would tell Moraine when she complained. Her reply was always very much the same. "If you cannot move any faster than this, perhaps I should send you off to Morel before you get any older." Well, perhaps that can wait, but you must move us faster.
Bruh, yo, threaten him to send him to the homegirl that's going to punch his bones out is crazy. Yeah, it's crazy. A lot of this chapter was a lot of just on the road again. I can't wait to get on the road again. You know what I mean? But it definitely let us know more about Moiraine.
There was no particular expression on her smooth face, but her dark eyes did not waver, and they appeared to know what he was going to say, and to have dismissed it out of hand already. When she turned away, it seemed somehow too late to say anything. Muttering to himself, Perrin pulled out his belt knife and set to the gutting and heading.
All of a sudden, she's forgotten about sharing the chores, it seems. I suppose she'll want us to do the cooking as well, and the cleaning up after. No doubt she will,
Loyal said, without pausing over the fish he was working on.
She is, Aes Sedai. I seem to remember hearing that somewhere.
Perrin's knife ripped into the fish.
The Shinorans might have been willing to run around fetching and carrying for her, but there are only 4 of us now. We should keep on, turn and turn about. It's only fair.
Loyal gave a great snort of laughter.
I doubt she sees it that way. First, she had to put up with Rand arguing with her all the time, and now you're ready to take over for him. As a rule, Aes Sedai do not let anyone argue with them. I expect she means to have us back in the habit of doing what she says by the time we reach the first village.
A good habit to be in, Lan said, throwing back his cloak. In the fading light, he had appeared out of nowhere. Perrin nearly fell over from surprise, and Loyal's ears went stiff with shock. Neither of them had heard the warder's step.
A habit you should never have lost,
Lan added, then strode off toward Moraine and the horses. His boots barely made a sound, even on that rocky ground. And once he was a few paces away, the cloak hanging down his back gave him the uneasy appearance of a disembodied head and arms drifting up from the stream.
We need her to find Rand, Perrin said softly, but I'm not going to let her shape my life anymore.
He went back to his cleaning vigorously. He meant to keep that promise. He really did. But during the days that followed, in some way he did not quite understand. He found that he and Loyal were doing the cooking and the cleaning up and any other little chore that Moraine thought of. He even discovered that somehow or other he had taken over tending Aldib every night, unsaddling the mare and rubbing her down, while Moraine settled herself, apparently deep in thought. Loyal gave in to it as inevitable, but not Perrin. He tried refusing, resisting, but it was hard to resist when she made a reasonable suggestion, and a small one at that. Only there was always another suggestion behind it, as reasonable and small as the first, and then another. The simple force of her presence, the strength of her gaze made it difficult to protest. Her dark eyes would catch his at the moment he opened his mouth. A lift of her eyebrow to suggest he was being rude, a surprised widening of her eyes that he could object to so small a request, a level stare that held in it everything that was Aes Sedai. All these things could make him hesitate, and once he hesitated, there was never any recovering lost ground. He accused her of using the one power on him, though he did not really think that was it, and she told him not to be a fool. He began to feel like a piece of iron trying to stop a smith from hammering it into a scythe. The mountains...
Bruh, like, what a great way to put it. He began to feel like a piece of iron trying to stop a smith from hammering it into a scythe. Like, bro, what? That's fire. I loved that chapter, even though it was very short and nothing really happened. I just love that. I love Perrin's willpower and how it really just didn't matter, though. At the same time. I love the way that Moiraine, like how it says, the ever so slight rise of the eyes that he would deny such a small request. Like, oh my god, bro, that's hilarious. I'm not gonna lie, like, oh, like Yo, I love the bit that Moiraine is the master fisherwoman who taught her that. Swan, the Amerlin seat. I can never say her name. I don't know why. I always want to say Shan, and I know that's not it, yo. But the Amerlin seat had her fishing. You know what I mean? Like, yo. Like, that's crazy. Like, I was not prepared. Being with the green is a weird retirement. Okay. Mountain roads, take me home. Exactly. Where it goes, works together. Mountains of mist and mountain roads. So let us go. But for real. But I love that bit too. I love how he's like, bro, yeah, ain't no way you're gonna get any fish from here. And she's like, like, bruh, I got 2 big fish They both bigger than the first one. And bro's like, bro, even all the fish that I got won't even be the size of the big one that you have. It's like, bro, Moiraine is a master at connecting the dots. For real. My grandma had that power of William. Yo. The power of I wish you would. That ass though. All right, let's see. Let me see. Those yeah. This one is pretty cool, but I don't think there was anything that I have marked. Yeah, I don't have anything specifically marked. Okay. This was a longer chapter too, if I'm not mistaken. Let's get into
Chapter 8. Jara.
Yo.
Grey stone houses with slate roofs lay clustered along the few narrow streets of Jara, clinging to a hillside above a little stream spanned by a low wooden bridge. The muddy streets were empty, and so was the sloping village green, except for one man sweeping the steps of the village's only inn, standing beside its stone stable. But it looked as if there had been a good many people on the green not long before. Half a dozen arches, woven of green branches and dotted with such few flowers as could be found this early in the year, stood in a circle in the middle of the grass. The ground had a trampled look, and there were other signs of a gathering. A woman's red scarf lying tangled at the foot of one of the arches, a child's knitted cap, a pewter pitcher tumbled on its side, a few half-eaten scraps of food. The aromas of sweet wine and spiced cakes clung about the green, mixed in with smoke from dozens of chimneys and evening meals cooking. For an instant, Perrin's nose caught another odour, one he could not identify, a faint trail that raised the hair on the back of his neck with its vileness. Then it was gone, but he was sure something had passed that way. Something wrong. He scrubbed at his nose as if to rub away the memory of it. That can't be Rand. Light, even if he has gone mad, that can't be him. Can it? A painted sign hung above the inn door, a man standing on one foot with his arms thrown in the air. Harillin's leap. As they drew rein in front of the square stone building, the sweeper straightened, yawning fiercely. He gave a start at Perrin's eyes, but his own already protruding eyes went wide when they fell on Loyal. With his wide mouth and no chin to speak of, he looked something like a frog. There was an old smell of sour wine about him, to Perrin at least. The fellow had certainly been part of the celebration. The man gave himself a shake and turned it into a bow with one hand resting on the double row of wooden buttons running down his coat. His eyes flickered from one to another of them, popping even more every time they rested on Lyal. "Welcome, good mistress, and the light illumine your way. Welcome, good masters. You wish food, rooms, baths, all to be had here at the Leap. Master Harrod, the innkeeper, keeps a good house. I am called Simeon. If you wish anything, ask for Simeon, and he will get it for you." He yawned again, covering his mouth in embarrassment and bowing to hide it. "I beg your pardon, good mistress. You've come far? Have you word of the great hunt? The hunt for the Horn of Valir, or the false dragon? It's said there's a false dragon in Tarabon, or maybe Aradoman. We have not come that far." Lan said, swinging down from his saddle. "No doubt you know more than I." They all began dismounting.
And then we find out that there has been a shit ton of weddings happening here for no reason, apparently. Like, all of a sudden, just all the women in the town just wanted to start marrying the dudes around, and they were like, hell yeah. Like, let's do it, bruv. Like, let's get married. And then also, hella white cloaks pulled up, and they just were going rampant. Like, for no reason as well. Just going rampant, going ham. And then we actually find out that the whole town is acting weird as hell. And I'm like, at first I wrote down, are they acting weird as hell because there's like a Forsaken here or some shit like that? No, son. The village is wild because of Rand. So the Tavern is so strong that they are naturally just weaving the pattern around them wherever they go. So that means for some freaking reason, everybody decided to get married as soon as Rand pulled up. And the White Cloaks decided to basically drop their oaths and things along the lines of that at the same time. Like, that is so wild, bro. Like, that is so wild. I can't lie. I don't even know what to do with that. You know what I mean? I don't even know what to do with that. Because that is insane. And that's what I had wrote down too. Like, what the fuck is up with the weddings? And then I also still love how much different cultures are from each other. Like just going over, I think because they went because they went over a mountain or something along the lines of that. It's like just doing that, the entire uh life, like the entire livelihood is completely different. And it's like, bro, how? You know? Like they don't even know that like gears are real or any of that. They think all of that is just not like they don't think any of that is true. They don't think any of that is real, and it's wild to even see that happen. It's like, god damn, y'all are really out the loop. Like y'all gotta lock in. But yeah, they've had a shit ton of weddings going on. All these other things are happening. Uh and then after we do all of these things and we find out all of these other newses and thingsies and chaclancos, uh we move on and find out that Rand indeed was there. You know? Like Rand indeed was there. Not only was Rand there, uh but also this is when we have a crazy reveal come through because as as Perrin is talking to Simeon, who looks like a frog and works at a place called The Leap. Simeon looks like a frog and works at a place called Leap. I don't know what's so funny about that, but um he's like, yeah, yo, Rand was here not too long ago, and I know that who you're traveling with is an Aes Sedai. I need her to fix my brother because something's going on with my bro, and I just need her to take a look at him. Please help me out. That's it. He's like, bet, no big deal. He goes and tells Moiraine and Lan and Moiraine immediately give each other the look. They're like, nah, 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 nah. And they were like, bro, were you gonna kill him, bro? Were y'all just thinking about possibly killing Simeon? And then he's like, well, just so you know, Rand is going east. You know, apparently you didn't need that information since you was just gonna kill, bruh. You know what I'm saying? Uh, so let me see. Do we end this chapter with? No, no, no. Yeah, yeah. So, boom. Lan's like, bro, you better protect Moiraine as y'all go to help the brother, because Moiraine agrees to go and help Simeon's brother. See what's going on with them. See what she can do for him. All these other things. Of course, this is also when we find out that the pattern weaves more people with power, which is basically fantastic. Like the pattern is just weaving shit going on around. Like how did this guy also become a wolf person in this town that they're just so happened to go through? You know what I mean? Like the wheels been weaving for a while now, getting ready for these events. Like that's what it clearly shows us, right? So Perrin is able to see firsthand what he is destined for, and it's like it's over for Perrin if this is the same fate that he is destined for, because the dude was literally a wolf at that point. Like it was over for him. He was no longer a human being. That's even what Moiraine says, is that, you know, your brother is gone. He's not in here anymore. I'm sorry. We find out that the brother is done took down a full cow. God damn it. He done murdered a whole cow, which is crazy. Murdered a cow, bit a woman, and now they got him locked up in here like he is a wolf for real. Um, and all of that is insane, if I do say so myself. So I definitely am here for whatever. Like I'm here for this stuff, but at the same time, I was shook, bro. I was shook, bro. And they did him dirt. They did Simeon dirty for no reason. right here where they were like, Noam lifted his head and stared at them silently without expression. There was nothing at all about him to suggest he was Simeon's brother. He had a chin, for one thing. Like, bruh, what? What? Why did you just gas that man like that? Like, that shit was so uncalled for. Like, that shit was so uncalled for. I love the way that bro knew that he was pairing Ibarra and knew that like Simeon was actually smart as hell. Like, Simeon was actually smart as hell. Like, what the hell? He figured out that bro was pairing, and he figured out that Moiraine was an Aes Sedai. Like, he put that shit together when they've been traveling around, and no one has really found that out like that. You know, like, damn. You know, like, that shit was crazy. A dark friend wouldn't care if my brother died in a cage. Like, bro, what? Oh man, that shit was awesome, bro. It was so good. So good. Casual body shaming? Cool, cool. Marisu. um at least Perrin feels bad for comparing him to a frog later. Facts, facts. Makes you wonder how many times Moiraine has said, kill that man, and Lan was like, bet, facts. It probably a lot. Moiraine has facial expressions that mean either kill that guy or don't kill that guy. That Lan can easily interpret. That's how many times he's done it. You know what I mean? Weddings are very diverting from the other stuff going on, maybe. That's possible. But it's just like, yeah, man, I don't know. It's crazy how, as they come down the eastern slopes of the Mountains of Mist, this is the closest our characters have been to the two rivers since halfway through book 1. Do you think they'll go home? I don't think they'll go home. I know later on, Egwene mentions if she'll possibly ever go home, and if she ever does, it'll be like when she's an Aes Sedai and to see her parents or some shit like that. So I don't know if any of them go home. I don't think if any of them want to go home or can go home. I think they'd be probably too scared about the outcome or what that might mean for their families if they did go home. So you know, but I'm not sure for sure. But I'm not 100% for sure. For sure. All right, let's move right along into
Chapter 9. Wolf Dreams.
badass name.
Perrin returned to his room by the back way, and after a time Simeon came up with a covered tray. The cloth did not hold in the smells of roasted mutton, sweet beans, turnips, and freshly baked bread, but Perrin lay on his bed, staring at the whitewashed ceiling until the aromas grew cold. Images of Noam ran through his head over and over again. Noam chewing at the wooden slats. Noam running off into the darkness. He tried to think of lock-making, of the careful quenching and shaping of the steel, but it did not work. Ignoring the tray, he rose and made his way down the hall to Moraine's room. She answered his rap on the door with, "Come in, Perrin." For an instant, all the old stories about Aes Sedai stirred again, but he pushed them aside and opened the door. Moiraine was alone, for which he was grateful, sitting with an ink bottle balanced on her knee, writing in a small leather-bound book. She corked the bottle and wiped the steel nib of her pen on a small scrap of parchment without looking at him. There was a fire in the fireplace. "I have been expecting you for some time," she said. "I have not spoken about this before because it was obvious you did not want me to. After tonight, though, what do you want to know?" "Is that what I can expect?" he asked. "To end like that?" "Perhaps." He waited for more. but she only put pen and ink away in their small case of polished rosewood and blew on her writing to dry it.
Is that all? Moraine, don't give me slippery Aes Sedai answers. If you know something, tell me. Please.
I know very little, Perrin. While searching for other answers among the books and manuscripts two friends keep for their researches, I found a copied fragment of a book from the Age of Legends. It spoke of situations like yours. That may be the only copy anywhere in the world, and it did not tell me much.
Damn.
What did it tell you? Anything at all is more than I know now. Burn me, I've been worrying about Rand going mad, but I never thought I had to worry about myself.
Perrin, even in the Age of Legends, they knew little of this. Whoever wrote it seemed uncertain whether it was truth or legend. And I only saw a fragment, remember. She said that some who talked to wolves lost themselves, that what was human was swallowed up by wolf. Some. Whether she meant 1 in 10, or 5, or 9, I do not know.
I can shut them out. I don't know how I do it, but I can refuse to listen to them. I can refuse to hear them. Will that help?
It may. She studied him, seeming to choose her words carefully. Mostly she wrote of dreams. Dreams can be dangerous for you, Perrin.
You said that once before. What do you mean?
According to her, wolves live partly in this world and partly in a world of dreams.
A world of dreams?
He said disbelievingly. Moraine gave him a sharp look. That is what I said, and that is what she wrote. The way wolves talk to one another, the way they talk to you, is in some way connected to this world of dreams. I do not claim to understand how. She paused, frowning slightly. From what I have read of Aes Sedai who had the talent called dreaming, dreamers sometimes spoke of encountering wolves in their dreams, even wolves that acted as guides. I fear you must learn to be as careful sleeping as waking.
Whoa, that was a great stretch. That was fantastic.
That is what you decided to do.
If that is what I decide, Moraine, I will not end up like Noam. I won't.
She eyed him quizzically, shaking her head slowly. You speak as if you can make all your own choices, Perrin. You are ta'veren, remember? He turned his back on her, staring at the night-dark windows, but she continued. Perhaps, knowing what Rand is, knowing how strongly ta'veren he is, I have paid too little attention to the other 2 ta'veren I found with him. 3 ta'veren in the same village, all born within weeks of one another. That is unheard of. Perhaps you and Matt have larger purposes in the pattern than you or I thought.
I do not want any purpose in the pattern,
Perrin muttered.
I surely can't have one if I forget I am a man. Will you help me, Moraine?
It was hard to say that.
What if it means her using the one power? Would I rather forget I'm a man? Help me keep from losing myself.
If I can keep you whole, I will. I promise you that, Perrin. But I will not endanger the struggle against the shadow. You must know that, too. When he turned to look at her, she was regarding him unblinkingly.
And if your struggle means putting me in my grave tomorrow, will you do that too?
He was icily sure that she would.
What have you not told me?
Do not presume too far, Perrin, she said coldly. Do not press me farther than I think proper. He hesitated before asking the next question.
Can you do for me what you did for Lan? Can you shield my dreams?
I already have a warder, Perrin. Her lips quirked almost into a smile. And one is all I will have.
Bruh, why is she doing like that? Like, Moraine played too damn much. Like, I'm talking about trying to keep my life. And you over here trying to play. Talk about you not know Green Aja and you can't have more than one warder. Like, Moiraine. Can we be serious?
No,
he said. Then louder. No, was that if anything would keep him from deep sleep and dangerous dreams, that mattress would. He was in a long hallway, its high stone ceiling and walls glistening with damp and streaked.
That transition is hilarious. If anything would keep him from deep sleep and dangerous dreams, that mattress would. He was in a long hallway. Like, bro, no. Like, and then immediately he's in the world of dreams. Like, bro, what? Dream world.
They lay in contorted strips, stopping as abruptly as they began, too dark for the light between them. He had no idea where the light came from.
No,
he said. Then louder.
No, this is a dream. I need to wake up. Wake up!
The hallway did not change.
Danger.
It was a wolf's thought, faint and distant.
I will wake up. I will.
He pounded a fist against the wall. It hurt, but he did not wake. He thought one of the sinuous shadows shifted away from his blow.
Run, brother, run.
Hopper? He said wonderingly. He was sure he knew the wolf whose thoughts he heard. Hopper, who had envied the eagles.
Hopper is dead. Run!
Perrin lurched into a run, one hand holding his axe to keep the haft from banging against his leg. He had no idea where he was running, or why, but the urgency of Hopper's sending could not be ignored. Hopper's dead, he thought. He's dead.
Bro, literally, what's going on? What in the hell is happening? Like, bruh. Like, like, this is crazy. Like, bro, holy
but
shit.
Perrin ran. Other hallways crossed the one he ran along, at odd angles, sometimes descending, sometimes climbing. None looked any different from the passage he was in, though. Damp stone walls unbroken by doors, and strips of darkness. As he came on one of those crossing halls, he skidded to a halt. A man stood there, blinking at him uncertainly, in strangely cut coat and breeches, the coat flaring over his hips as the bottoms of the breeches flared over his boots. Both were bright yellow, and his boots were only a little paler. "This is more than I can stand," the man said to himself, not Perrin. He had an odd accent, quick and sharp. "Not only do I dream of peasants now, but foreign peasants from those clothes. Be gone from my dreams, fellow." "Who are you?" Perrin asked. The man's eyebrows rose as if he were offended. The strips of shadow around them writhed. One detached from the ceiling at one end and drifted down to touch the strange man's head. It appeared to tangle in his hair. The man's eyes widened, and everything seemed to happen at once. The shadow jerked back to the ceiling, 10 feet overhead, trailing something pale. Wet drops splattered Perrin's face. A bone-rattling shriek shattered the air. Frozen, Perrin stared at the bloody shape wearing the man's clothes, screaming and thrashing on the floor. Unbidden, his eyes rose to the pale thing like an empty sack that dangled from the ceiling. Part of it was already absorbed by the black strip, but he had no trouble recognizing a human skin, apparently whole and unbroken. The shadows around him danced in agitation, and Perrin ran, pursued by dying screams. Ripples ran along the shadow strips, pacing him. "Change burn you!" he shouted. "I know it's a dream! Light burn you! Change!"
Bro, like, what's happening? What? Bro, what's happening, bro? Like, what's happening? Like, they changed so much. Like, bro. Exactly, Akam. That's why it's not in the show, because they know that it's going to be straight nightmare fuel, and they're not going to be able to actually do this the right way. Yep. And then he wakes up and goes back to sleep. And then we POV switch to Rand, huddled up in the trees in the middle of the night, hiding. And this was a really good POV switch right here too. Hold on, let's see.
Around him, and thoughts of the cold. But the bad dreams that came were better than... It sniffed the air and trotted toward him. "Closer," he thought. "Come closer. No warning for your master this time. Closer." And then it was gone. The white light faded, except for the after image burned across Rand's vision. He bounded forward, straight at Rand. The power filled him. Something leaped, and its teeth that seemed to shine like wet silver in the night. It sniffed the air and trotted toward him. Closer, he thought. Come closer. No warning for your master this time. Closer. That's it. The dog was only 10 paces away now, a deep growl rumbling in its chest as it suddenly bounded forward, straight at Rand. The power filled him. Something leaped from his outstretched hands. He was not sure what it was. A bar of white light, solid as steel. Liquid fire. For an instant, in the middle of that something, the dog seemed to become transparent. And then it was gone. The white light faded, except for the after-image burned across Rand's vision. He sagged against the nearest tree trunk, the bark rough on his face. Relief and silent laughter shook him. It worked. Light saved me. It worked this time. It had not always. There had been other dogs this night. The one power pulsed in him, and his stomach twisted with the Dark One's taint on Sidene, wanted to empty itself. Sweat beaded on his face despite the cold night wind, and his mouth tasted full of sickness. He wanted to lie down and die. He wanted Nynaeve to give him some of her medicines, or Moraine to heal him, or something, anything, to stop the sick feeling that was suffocating him. But Sidene flooded him with life, too. Life and energy and awareness larded through the illness. Life without Sidene was a pale copy. Anything else was a wan imitation. But they can find me if I hold on. Track me, find me. I have to reach Tyr. I'll find out there. If I am the dragon, there'll be an end to it. And if I am not, if it's all a lie, there will be an end to that too. An end.
Bruh. Like, come on, G. We are absolutely cooking. Like, we are absolutely cooking. I'm still confused as to who's worse than Neverborn. I'm hoping that it's just the, not just, but you know what I mean, the big bad guy. But damn, worse than the Neverborn is crazy, though, you know? Like, what? Like, who could that possibly be? All right. That is chapter 9, though. Let's see. Bruh. Poor parent stressing so hard his connection to the wolves. Yeah. A world of dreams. Probably not important. Oh, yeah. Dream world is definitely important. First Rand POV, how many chapters in after he was the main for 2 whole books? Jordan, you're a man. You're a madman. Yeah, facts. What is that? Literally like damn near 10 chapters. And his POV is literally just at the end of that chapter right there, real quick. Because then we switch into Nynaeve's and everyone else's point of views. So we literally just get a brief check-in with Rand fighting a dog, trying to control Sidene. And then it's over. Like, that's it, you know? Like, that's crazy. That's crazy. Like, this next chapter didn't matter too much, but I'm not gonna say that it didn't matter, but it was just like, damn. More chapter 11. Chapter 11 had me low-key pressed because, like, I'm not gonna lie, they just had me low-key pressed because they just would not shut the hell up. Like, Varen kept telling them to shut the hell up, and they just kept talking. Incriminating them. Damn. Okay. All right. I got the hiccups like a mother. Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh God. Oh my goodness. Oh, okay. I'll be right back. Nope.
Six nations divided, how the gods envisioned the lands of Ghaphora, where nations must praise their gods individually. Inguvu, the god of power, Altira, the goddess of reality, Akasha, the goddess of space, Akaili, the goddess of mind, Nafasi, the god of time, Isarin, the god of soul. Each god bestowed their name and universal property to their nation through the blood of their land. Diligent praise to these gods, along with the blood of the land, allows the inhabitants of Ghaphora to wield the universal property of their god. These inhabitants are called gifts. It is forbidden for these nations to fraternize with one another. Gifts, the lands of Ghaphora.
Oh shit. Oh, look at that. I made it. Oh man, I still got the hiccups. Hold on. Okay. I think I'm good. All right. We're all good here. Sorry, I just had to get rid of. I got to get rid of those hiccups. That was crazy. Those were so vicious. And they just came out of nowhere. That was wild. They literally just came out of nowhere. Wow. Okay. Here we go, chat. We are getting into that, not halfway point, but we're getting into the last home stretch right here. And that all starts with
Chapter 10. Secrets. Ignoring her companions for a moment, Egwene Alvia stood in her stirrups, hoping for a glimpse of Tar Valon in the distance. But all she could see was something indistinct, gleaming white in the morning sunlight. It had to be the city on the island, though. The lone, broken-topped mountain called Dragon Mount, rising out of the rolling plain, had first appeared on the horizon late the afternoon before, and that lay just this side of the River Erenin from Tar Valon. It was a landmark, that mountain, one jagged fang sticking up out of rolling flatlands, easily seen for many miles, easy to avoid, as all did, even those who went to Tar Valon. Dragon Mount was where Luz Therin Kinslayer had died, so it was said, and other words had been spoken of the mountain, prophecy and warning. Rich reasons to stay away from its black slopes. She had reason not to stay away, and more than one. Only in Tar Valon could she find the training she needed, the training she had to have. I will never be collared again. She pushed the thought away, but it came back, turned end about. I will never lose my freedom again. In Tar Valon, Anaya would resume testing her dreams. The Aes Sedai would have to, though she had found no real evidence that Egwene was a dreamer, as Anaya suspected. Egwene's dreams had been troubling since leaving Almouth Plain. Aside from dreams of the Shaunchan, and those still made her wake sweating, she dreamed more and more of Rand. Rand running towards something, but running away from something too.
like, damn, bro, that is just so sad. So sad, bro. It's so sad. That's something that I'm really hoping that we see. This is something that we haven't got to see yet in the show because, well, Egwene hasn't been free that long. You know what I mean? Like, she just now, like, we end the show with her, like, freeing herself from the, from the event or whatever. So, not the event. I mean, it's definitely not just the event, but you know what I'm saying? Like, so we haven't got to see that level of PTSD that she might carry around with her when it comes to what happened. So I'm pretty sure, I'm very hopeful that, you know, that she's able to effectively, not effectively, but I want her character to continue to be, affected by what happened to her in the show, that is, because we see that clearly right off the back, like she is going through it, man. And this feeling that she has, how she feels, is what exactly triggers that PTSD later, and they basically are just not, like, they're wasting no time. None of them are. And like they kind of all have PTSD in their own right because of the situation that they were just in, right? Like Egwene has PTSD because she was actually in it. Like she was actually in it, in the situation, and then her girls are like, they were there too. You know what I mean? Like they were there, but just like they didn't get kidnapped, but their friend was kidnapped, right? So it's not like they all went through that thing together. So it's like, oh my god. Like, bro, that's just so, yeah, it's just super sad. It's very, very sad. It was very interesting how we were just talking about the needing of a dreamer for what's going on with Perrin, and then we immediately start this next chapter with Egwene being called a dreamer, or being suspected to be a dreamer. I thought that was a very interesting cross dissolve. The ladies talk about going back to the White Tower. They're just kind of talking about getting back there. Huron is with them, as well as Varen. They're all just on the road again as well. Can't wait to get on the road again. They're talking about all the stuff that's going on. They're talking about how life might be simpler back at the White Tower. And that's another thing that had me kind of pressed with them, is they were kind of just not thinking. Like they just weren't thinking at all. Like I don't know. I don't know what was going on with them, but it was just weird. They're not even listening to Huron when he's like, yo, something's going on. Uh he's like, yo, if Matt was on his feet, I would feel a little bit better with going back and all this other stuff. And then they're all, like, and then they're all, yeah, bro. It is wild. It's just wild, bro. They're tripping. I don't know. I couldn't believe it. But yeah, Matt's been MIA. Well, not MIA, but just out of commission this whole time. They talk about how they might be stilled for what they've done, and it's hilarious. Egwene and Nynaeve talk about how Nynaeve's not able to heal the proper way, and how her healing is very centered to, like, the herbs that she uses to heal as well, which I thought was very interesting. I thought that all was very interesting. Yeah. So then the Children of the Light pull up, unfortunately for them, because they have no idea what they're about to, pull up for. Like they don't know what they don't know what they're about to pull up into, bro. Like they have no idea. They don't know who they're basically who they're pulling up on. And the immediately Varen tells them to shut the hell up and let her handle everything. That's all she tells them to do. Shut the hell up and let her handle it. And you know what do you know what these motherfuckers do? Do you think that they shut the hell up and let Varen handle it? No. No. And it's very interesting because Perrin also didn't shut the hell up and let Moiraine handle it, but he also did not just flat out blurt it out in front of a team of people. Like, I just don't get it, bro. I don't get it. It was just a very, very interesting. It was a very interesting thing. You know, like, it was very interesting. Yeah, wild, bro. And they're like, yo, what? Like, bro, I just couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. Like Elaine, Varen opened her mouth as if for idle conversation, but before she could speak, Elaine jumped in. I am Elaine, daughter heir of Andor. Like, bruh, Varen hissed with vexation. Like, bruh, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing? And he's like, yo, so if we just kidnap you and take you to your mom, she'll probably be happy. Like, everything they tried to do is over. And then, of course, Egwene, as soon as he's like, yo, we'll take you, like, Egwene is like, you're not taking me! You will not take me! And then just starts attacking, bro. And I felt Egwene, though. I felt Egwene being, like, doing that. You know, I definitely felt that. Because, yeah, bro, no, you're not taking me either. You know what I mean? And Egwene was like, bro, nah, you're taking these hands. That's the only thing you taking, bro, because you ain't taking me. You know what I mean? Hadouken! But yeah, that's just so dumb. And then I love this, like, Baron's attention is on all of her companions, as if they too had forgotten their officer. The fleeing white cloaks vanished over the same da-da-da-da. Under Baron's furious gaze, Egwene let go of Sidar slowly, unwillingly. It was always hard, letting go. Even more slowly, the glow under Nynaeve vanished. Nynaeve was frowning hard at a pinched-faced white cloak before them, as if he might still be capable of some sort of trickery. Elaine looked shocked by what she had done. Okay, let me see if I can find this part, because I love the delivery on this. Yeah.
As if he might still be capable of some sort of trickery.
Oh, we also find out here that well, I don't know if we find out this before this, but they say that only other Aes Sedai can see the glow around them, which I think is such a subtle thing that they kind of did for us with this show in their own way. Super cool.
Elaine looked shocked by what she had done. What you have done, Varen began, then stopped to take a deep breath. Her stare took in all three of the younger women. What you have done is an abomination. An abomination. An Aes Sedai does not use the power as a weapon except against Shadowspawn, or in the last extreme, to defend her life. The 3 oaths. They were ready to kill us. Nynaeve broke in heatedly. Kill us or carry us off to be tortured. He was giving the order. It was not really using the power as a weapon, Varen Sedai. Elaine held her chin high, but her voice shook. We did not hurt anyone, or even try to hurt anyone. Surely, do not split hairs with me. Varen snapped. When you become full Aes Sedai, if you ever become full Aes Sedai, you will be bound to obey the 3 oaths, but even novices are expected to do their best to live as if already bound. What about him? Nynaeve gestured to the white cloak officer, still standing there and looking stunned. Her face was as tight as a drum. She seemed almost as angry as the Aes Sedai. He was about to take us prisoner. Mat will die if he doesn't reach the tower soon, and... Egwene knew what Nynaeve was struggling not to say aloud. And we can't let that sack fall into any hands but the Amelins. Varen regarded the white cloak wearily. He was only trying to bully us, child. He knew very well he could not make us go where we did not want, not without more trouble than he was willing to accept. Not here. Not in sight of Tarvalon. I could have talked us past him with a little time and a little patience. Oh, he might well have tried to kill us if he could have done it from hiding, but no white cloak with the brains of a goat will try harming an Aes Sedai who knows he is there.
Like, bruh. And then after she tells them to learn how to, to just shut the hell up, she literally turns around and says, I should not have, and I apologize. I'm sure we'll hear your bruising all the way from Toman Head, and if I weren't so tired, I never would have. And then she's like, yo, will you shut the hell up? And then she's like, Toman Head, Foam, you were at Foam. You killed my father. My father died of Foam. Y'all told me. You witches. You killed him for your false dragon. And Varen is like impetuous children, bro. Like, there's no freaking way, bro, that y'all are doing this right now. Woo. Ooh. And then my margin was, damn, who would have thought that the ladies wouldn't be able to shut the fuck up? Because, yo, like, bro, they've never been the issue this whole time. It's always been the dudes. It's always been Perrin, Rand, and Matt. They have been the issue the whole time. And then now, it's like, boom, like, bro, immediately. Like, and then usually it's the girls talking shit about how they aren't, like, locked in line. But without them to talk shit about, it's like they just completely forgot all their training of being an Aes Sedai, like, or anything. Because it's just like, bruh, what the hell is going on? That shit was funny, though. Couldn't believe it. Egwene and Elaine never got told not to talk to cops. Facts, bro, because they just yap, bro. They were just going in. Even when I was reading, I was like, there's no way she just said that. Like, bro. And then immediately the next line is, be quiet, girl. I was like, literally, you about to get us straight caught. We see Egwene has trauma, straight PTSD, bro. She was like, bro, I ain't going back. Yeah, fireball. And then her friends was like, she ain't going back. Fireball. Like, bro, that was hilarious. Reminder that Dragon Mount is weird. It's one single mountain and miles of grassy plains. Yeah, that's super wild. First, we're getting Perrin and Dreams. Now we're getting Egwene and Dreams. I'm starting to think Marisu might have been being sarcastic earlier. I don't remember what she said. I'll cab. I don't know what in the hell that is. Hopefully that's just vague enough to not get the bro. I don't know what y'all talking about, bro. It should be different enough. Poor Matt just laid out for this entire time, literally. Girl, are you dumb? They were dumb. They were very dumb. I'm reminded of the meme, knowledge is half the battle, the other half is extreme violence. Yeah, I remember Bornholio. Intelligence and wisdom are relative. The girls are novices and Varen is the master. Yeah, that's very true. Because they just could not get that shit together. Get that shit together so we can. Like, bruh. Again, I could not believe it. Literally, I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh nah, no way. Like, yeah. Absolutely insane. Okay. Now let's keep it moving right along into
Chapter 11. Tar Valon. The small village of Darain had lain beside the river Erenin almost as long as Tar Valon had occupied its island. Darain's small red and brown brick houses and shops, its stone-paved streets, gave a feel of permanence, but the village had been burned in the Trolloc Wars, sacked when Arthur Hawkwing's armies besieged Tar Valon, looted more than once during the War of the 100 Years, and put to the torch again in the Aiel War not quite 20 years before. An unquiet history for a little village, but Darain's place at the foot of one of the bridges leading out to Tar Valon ensured it would always be rebuilt, however many times it was destroyed. So long as Tar Valon stood, at least. At first it seemed to Egwene that Darain was expecting war again. A square of pikemen marched along the streets, ranks and files bristling like a carding comb, followed by bowmen in flat-rimmed helmets, with filled quivers riding at their hips and bows slanted across their chests. A squadron of armoured horsemen, faces hidden behind the steel bars of their helmets, gave way to Verin and her party at a wave of their officer's gauntleted hand. All wore the white flame of Tar Valon like a snowy teardrop on their breasts.
Yeah, I believe this is our
Yet,
first map of the
townspeople
vagina.
went about their business with apparent unconcern. The market throng dividing around the soldiers as if marching men were obstructions they were long used to. A few men and women carrying trays of fruit kept pace with the soldiers, trying to interest them in wrinkled apples and pears pulled from winter cellars, but aside from those few, shopkeepers and hawkers alike paid the soldiers no mind. Verin seemingly ignored them too, as she led Egwene and the others through the village to the great bridge, arching over 1/2 mile or more of water, like lace woven from stone. At the foot of the bridge, more soldiers stood guard, a dozen pikemen and half that many archers, checking everyone who wanted to cross. Their officer, a balding man with his helmet hanging on his sword hilt, looked harassed by the waiting line of people, afoot and on horseback, people with carts drawn by oxen or horses or the owner. The line was only 100 paces long, but every time one was let onto the bridge, another joined the far end. Just the same, the balding man seemed to be taking his time about making sure each one had a right to enter Tar Valon before he let them go.
Bruh. Crazy. And as we get into the city, guess what? These girls still ain't shutting the hell up, which is kind of wild. But this is when we also find out that, Tar Valon ain't Tar Valon in the same way, right? Like, people are speaking out, people are shouting and doing some disrespectful things that they basically never would have done before. But they're doing it now because of all of the crazy shit that's happening, which is understandable. Standable. I love later when Varen is like, "You're tricked." Frightened away the white cloaks, but inside the tower they may bring you death or stealing. And this is when she tells them yet again to be silent. Learn how to shut the hell up. Be silent. Shut your ass up. Remember, be silent. Like, she just has to keep saying it. And it's like I don't know, yo. They were just so locked in, bro. I don't understand why they were so off of their rocker. Even when they thought that they were safe. I'm like, how do you think you're safe? You quite literally got kidnapped from this place. Like, this is where you got taken from. Like, do you not realize that? Like, y'all was here already. And then got straight finessed, bamboozled, and lagoozled. Like, what? And it had me weak that they had to fight tooth and nail just to shut the hell up. That was funny as fuck. Like, I could not believe it. Like, they were like, don't say anything. Oh, man. I loved it. But then they get basically ultra grounded to their rooms. And yeah, that's kind of how we end that chapter, with them being grounded and some of the other Aes Sedai in training having to watch over them. Thank God Matt is unconscious. Imagine what he'd be saying, bro. He'd be so obnoxious. Holy. And yeah, this is our first map of the vagina. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Even Randland has TSA, Tarvalon Security Administration, straight up. Profiling and all, like, bruh, they were right there watching. Crazy. Okay. And yeah, bro, crazy stuff there. And it's hilarious how she's like, yo, if you hear them say anything, beat them. All right, bro, let's move on. Let's move on to our final chapter, chat. One of the shorter ones again tonight, just ending it on a pretty solid banger here, too, to just kind of end it with the next, going into the next half.
Chapter
or the
12.
Next,
the Amelin
next
Seat.
section. Oops, I was yapping.
Chapter
Hold on, let's
12.
get that again.
The Amelin Seat. Chapter 12. The Amelin Seat. Suan Sanche paced the length of her study, pausing now and again to glance with a blue-eyed gaze that had made rulers stammer at a carved nightwood box on a long table centered in the room. She hoped she would not have to use any of the carefully drawn documents within it. They had been prepared and sealed in secret by her own hand to cover a dozen possible eventualities. She had laid a warding on the box so that if any hand but hers opened it, the contents would flash to ash in an instant. Very likely the box itself would burst into flame. And burn the thieving fisher-bird, whoever she might be, so she never forgets it, I hope, she muttered. For the 100th time since being told that Verin had returned, she readjusted her stole on her shoulders without realizing what she was doing. It hung below her waist, broad and striped with the colours of the 7 Ajahs. The Amelin Seat was of all Ajahs and of none, no matter from which she had been raised. The room was ornate, for it had belonged to generations of women who had worn the stole. The tall fireplace and broad cold hearth were all carved golden marble from Kandor, and the diamond-shaped floor tiles polished redstone from the mountains of mist. The walls were panels of some pale striped wood, hard as iron and carved in fantastic beasts and birds of unbelievable plumage, panels brought from the lands beyond the Aiel Waste by the sea folk before Arthur Hawkwing was born. Tall, arched windows, open now to let in the new green smells, let onto a balcony overlooking her small private garden, where she seldom had time to walk. All that grandeur was in stark contrast to the furnishings Suan Sanche had brought to the room. The one table and the stout chair behind it were plain, if well polished with age and beeswax, as was the only other chair in the room. That stood off to one side, close enough to be drawn up if she wished a visitor to sit. A small Tyran rug lay in front of the table, woven in simple patterns of blue and brown and gold. A single drawing, tiny fishing boats among reeds hung above the fireplace. Half a dozen stands held open books about the floor. That was all. Even the lamps would not have been out of place in a farmer's house. Suan Sanche had been born poor in Tyr, and had worked on her father's fishing boat, one just like the boats in the drawing, in the delta called the Fingers of the Dragon, before she ever dreamed of coming to Tarvalon. Even the nearly 10 years since she had been raised to the seat had not made her comfortable with too much luxury. Her bedchamber was more simple still. 10 years with the Stole, she thought. Nearly 20 since I decided to sail these dangerous waters. And if I slip now, I'll wish I were back hauling nets. She spun at a sound. Another Aes Sedai had slipped into the room, a copper-skinned woman with dark hair cut short. She caught herself in time to keep her voice steady and say only what was expected. A dozen different versions of what it was, but in both cases the result was exactly the same. The false dragon's horse reared up and threw him. He was and rumoured to use childhood tricks of eavesdropping. Verin's eyebrows lifted in surprise, and the Amelin added, "Much has changed since you left. Speak." Most importantly, then, Rand al'Thor has proclaimed himself the Dragon Reborn. Suan felt a tightness loosen in her chest. "I hoped it was he," she said softly. "I've had reports from women who could only tell what they had heard, and rumours by the score come with every trader's boat and merchant's wagon, but I could not be sure." She took a deep breath. "Yet I think I can name the day it happened. Did you know the 2 false dragons no longer trouble the world?" "I had not heard, Mother. That is good news." "Yes, Mazrim Taim is in the hands of our sisters in Saldaia, and the poor fellow in Haddon Merk, the light have pity on his soul, was taken by the tyrants and executed on the spot. No one even seems to know what his name was. Both were taken on the same day and, according to rumour, under the same circumstances. They were in battle and winning when suddenly a great light flashed in the sky and a vision appeared, just for an instant. There are a dozen different versions of what it was, but in both cases the result was exactly the same. The false dragon's horse reared up and threw him. He was knocked unconscious, and his followers cried out that he was dead and fled the field. And he was taken. Some of my reports speak of visions in the sky at Farm. I'll wager a gold mark to a week-old delta perch. That was the instant Rand al'Thor proclaimed himself. "The true dragon has been reborn," Verin said, almost to herself. "And so the pattern has no room for false dragons anymore. We have loosed the Dragon Reborn on the world. The light have mercy on us."
Bruh. Oh my goodness, they're cooking so freaking much. Then they talk about the Horn of Valir and how it's now automatically connected to Matt since he's the one that blew the horn, meaning basically only one person can blow the Horn of Valir, I guess a lifetime, or be alive at a time. Whew, crazy, bruh, crazy. Crazy things that we're doing, crazy dots being connected. Legit was not ready. Like I just wasn't ready for any of these dots, any of these things to be connected or whatever, yo. And then this is where they kind of talk about Matt too. Like, hey, bruh, we just might have to kill him and put it in someone else's hands. No big deal. And then they also say, yo, we gotta hide it better than anything or anyone else could ever hide something than ever. Put this shit somewhere only we would know, nobody else. Oh, and then we find out that they didn't even know that the Shanchan use the freaking one power in the battle. Like, the Emerald Seat didn't even know that, which I think is kind of crazy. I mean, she knows now, but it's just wild she had no idea before. And then she's like, yo, if you ain't got no evidence of that, then it ain't happening. Now tell me what these girls been up to. And I hope that they take it a little easy on the girls since they got finessed by an Aes Sedai. Egwene was taken as a power slave, and then the other girls had to save her, and then they were almost taken as slaves as well. I think all of that should be something that is taken into account before a complete decision is made as to what to do with them, because yo, you know what I'm saying? She is a black Asha. And I think the show did a good job of giving Leandrin a better like story here, because Leandrin really wasn't even in this like that. You know what I mean? But she all in the show, and I feel like it makes it a little bit more. I guess the word is believable when they all follow Leandrin, because they're like, yeah, like we know that Leandrin has been uh like we know Leandrin has been like really on the heels of Nynaeve and all of these other things, so it makes it a little bit more believable when they kind of lock in, or whatever the case may be in the show. And here it was kind of like, girl, why is y'all following her? Don't trust Leandrin. You know what I'm saying? One thing the show did beautifully was give us that cold open showing Swan and her dad fishing together. Oh yeah, you're right. That was awesome. That was awesome. And I guess that's just another one of those moments that implies that Moiraine and Swan have a deeper relationship, because Moiraine knows how to fish. Swan Chan is also, said to be a really good fisher or know a lot about the fishing or whatever the case may be. And it all happens in these first couple of in this first opening of these first 10 to 12 chapters of the book. Lord, that's pretty cool. I like that actually. There is no therapy, Aja, unfortunately. Yeah. Leandra heard the girls were coming and was like, fuck. Dead ass. Because, like, yo, what do you do now? Like, it's over for you, sweetheart. It's over for you, sweetheart. What is that? Man, I can't think of what show. Is that a show or a movie? I don't know. But yeah, man, awesome first section right here of this book. I really loved it. Like I said, 4, 5, and 6 are probably like my favorite little 3-part chapter right there. Just a lot of shit going down, a lot of information, lore, world building, action, elegancy, so many things. Just very, very mindful, very demure, all wrapped up together into one, and I really appreciated it. I can't lie. Like it was a good one, bro. Like action, crazy dream sequences. Like, bro, what the hell? Rand doing a baby world breaker, like holy shit, like what is gonna happen next, bro? What's gonna happen next? And yeah, there was a lot of technical difficulties and stuff going on in this stream, so my bad that we took so long. Next week we're not gonna be none of these other streams are gonna be as long. I'm really trying to condense these possibly to 2 hours if possible, 2 to 3 hours at the most, so we don't hit these 4 or 5 hour marks. So that's my hope for the future of these episodes, is to just kind of really be able to get everything condensed. Like I said, last week was crazy, so now I have all of my stuff put up into my scheduling app and all of that, so I'm gonna be able to really keep track of everything that's going on for us here at Marvel Bros. And when we get into book club and whatnot, I got my own book club tab in my thing, and I'm able to really have an eye on what we're doing here. Look at it in my phone and be like, oh, okay, cool. Like these are the things that are going on. Let me look at it. Let me see what's happening. And let me see how we can do it. So, yeah, man, next week. Okay, yeah. So next week we're gonna be doing chapters 13 through 25. 120. Yeah. So I'm excited for that. I know that next week is also Spider-Man freshman year being released, and that is also going to be releasing on the Wheelie Wednesdays. So if that has a 6 o'clock release, then we will end up for sure holding book club to 2 hours. So we'll see it, but we'll see that cracking on and off or whatnot. So I'm excited. I'm excited to get into it. I hope you guys are too. Definitely let me know how we're feeling. Definitely know how we're feeling about these chapters. Are you guys ready to continue on with book club and get it slipping and flopping? I'm not gonna lie. I think that we might, uh, you know, we might go back to just doing the vertical content stuff, probably. But I'm gonna see. I'm gonna look at everything. I'm gonna look at numbers and shit like that after the stream and see how everything was going. Uh, but I'm pretty sure we're probably just gonna go back to just doing the vertical stream and whammy. But I'm not sure though. We'll see. We'll see what's prickling, ploppling, and clappling. So, it's been a good day, man. It's been definitely a good day. It's been a long day. You guys have been awesome. I love this book club stuff. Again, marvelous reading is gonna be cracking. I have to buy a new hard drive so I can start downloading and editing everything, and that's one of the reasons why I haven't been able to do shit, is because my PC is so full that I can't do literally anything. You know what I mean? Like literally anything. I can't do anything about it. So I gotta try to get all that shit together. And I'm excited. I am really excited to move on and get everything moving for the next portion of book club and Marvel Bros as well. So yeah, get ready, lock in. I'm locked in. Y'all have been amazing today. We're going to be doing all these awesome watch parties and everything else going on into the future. I'm really looking into how I can get some of this book club stuff out as either Patreon stuff or whatever the case may be, just so everything can be locked in. So yeah, I'm not sure yet, but so I'll see. Personally, I don't care if you're vertical. I'm just memeing when I complain about it. Yeah, I got you. I got you. You need like an egg timer or something to time out each chapter next week. Just saying. Yeah, that's what I did this week. Was I had my timer running, my stopwatch running for each portion to see how long each one took, and each portion did take about, like, for me just talking about it. It took about 10 10 to 15 minutes. It definitely goes over once we start getting into chat. So I'm gonna have to see how we can condense some of those things. I don't want to have to do the whole only super chats get read thing, but the more I try to condense times and all this type of stuff, it seems like that's the vibe that things are gonna have to do, is like read chat as it comes by, and then if you want your chat really read, it's gonna have to be a super chat. But I'm trying not to make it exclusive like that to that point, because I love how we can just have conversations. But even when we do the super chat thing, we still have conversations, even when it gets wild with the different Marvel shows or whatever. We're always able to read chat and keep everything inclusive and make sure people are getting their points across and all that good stuff. So hopefully we can just kind of zero in on that and really focus in on doing those things. And yeah. So but I'm thinking about 15, like I might have to even condense chapters together and do like 3 chapter by chapter reviews at a time. So it's like chapter by chapter review, but 3 chapters at a time, you know? We'll continue to, experiment with it, see how it goes, see how the time can get condensed and shaved off and so on and so forth. We'll see as time moves forward. You know what I'm saying? But with all that being said, I definitely appreciate each and every one of you guys for tuning in and vibing out with me today. I really appreciate y'all. We've had some good times. We've had some good vibes, and it's great to be back for book club. I'm sorry I missed a week. I'm gonna try to jump. I'll be sure to not miss a week again, so I can jump back in that algorithm of yours. You know what I mean? To make sure that we're getting it out there. So you guys have been awesome. We've been streaming on Shorts. We've been streaming on YouTube. Shorts tab was kind of tripping, so sorry about that. Shout out to Jackie that came through with the super chat over there on the Shorts tab. I definitely appreciate you. KP, I just now see that you are commenting over there on that one, and that's my bad. Did not see you there. So, yeah, shout out to everybody that's been tuning in, vibing with us. More watch parties and reviews are going to be coming very soon, so make sure you tune in with us. Follow the Marvelous Reading Book Club channel, all those good things, because it definitely tremendously helps out around these parts. If you haven't already, make sure you like the video. If you like the video, you can also follow me on social media at Marvel Bros. Follow us at Marvel Bros to save the day with all things Marvel and everything pop culture. You can also tune in with me on social media at Sensei Finito. If you ain't delete your TikTok, you can go tap in with mine. I got a whole bunch of good stuff going on over there, so definitely tune in. So, yeah. Definitely appreciate y'all. We're trying to do this 3 p.m. release, and we're experimenting with book club to see how it works out. With the times and all of that good stuff, especially with other YouTube channels around here. So we'll see how everything continues to go. Continue to experiment. And yeah, I appreciate each and every one of you, and I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your day. As I always say, stay awesome, stay nerdy, and don't forget to stay marvelous. Excelsior.